Emma's POV. I felt a little bit better after I managed to convince Logan to give the books to Anna. I didn't like feeling powerless. I didn't like the feeling of helplessness. But that was exactly how I felt after Alpha Nathan left the room. Helpless. I had to remind myself that I wasn't helpless. I was a Luna of the strongest pack. I was a woman who survived hell to be with the love of her life. I wasn't going to give all of that up. It took a while to push the pain away, but once I did, I could start thinking clearly. Andrew was right. There had to be a way other than my goddess-given mate marking me. The curse was created by magic, and maybe another spell could undo it. I had magic, didn't I? It was new to me, and I didn't really know how to use it, but I had it. I had Anna here. She could help me learn how to use my magic. I knew she said that I wouldn't have my powers until my goddess-given mate marks me. But I had to have some magic in me already. I could project it onto Logan. I did it once. It took everything I had, but I did it. I could do it again. But I would have to talk to Anna about teaching me some other day. I had to go back to my office. I sat up straighter and ran my fingers through Logan's hair. I need to go back to my office, I said. The materials for the kindergarten are finally on their way. It turned out that the rogues were responsible for the delay. I wondered if Alpha Nathan had something to do with that as well. You should stay here, Andrew said. I don't want you to be alone. I'm not going to be alone, I said. Amy is already waiting for me there. I had mind-linked her before, asking her to come to my office. I didn't want to be alone, and I didn't want to bother Logan and Andrew. They had work to do. Our lives couldn't stop just because Alpha Nathan was here. Our pack members still deserved leaders who did their jobs. Don't worry, Andrew, Logan said. I have eyes on him. He won't be able to come near her. Our warriors have strict instructions to keep their eyes on him and follow him if he leaves the room. I told them to stop him if he tries to go near Emma and mind-link you or me immediately. He won't be able to come near her. Andrew took a deep breath and looked at me. I will be okay, I said, giving him a small smile. I will mind-link you if I need you. Okay, Andrew nodded. I turned toward my mate, placed a soft kiss on his lips, and stood up. My brother pulled me into a hug. We will be in here, okay, love? My brother said softly. I nodded, gave him a small smile, and walked out of Logan's office. I love you, baby. My mate mind-linked me as I closed his office door. I love you too, I said, walking toward my office. I took a deep breath. My body was in pain. My heart kept clenching painfully. I could still smell his scent all around me. I still felt the need to go to him. I didn't even check on Eliza yet. I knew that she talked to his wolf. I didn't have the courage to hear what she had to say. If there was a chance that she wanted Nathan and his wolf, I pushed the thought away and opened my office door. Amy was waiting for me inside. But she wasn't alone. A very pissed-off Jake was there. He was pacing around, biting his lower lip nervously. His eyes snapped to me as soon as I walked into my office. Is it true? He shouted as he started to approach me. You have another mate? Jake grabbed my shoulders and bent down to look at my face. Yes, I said, trying to get out of his grip. I glanced at Amy and narrowed my eyes at her. Why did you tell him? I mind-linked her. You knew how he would react. I am sorry, Amy sighed. He is my cousin. He is your best friend. I couldn't keep it from him. Is he going to take you away? Jake asked, making me look back at him. No, Jake, I said. I am not leaving Logan. Jake narrowed his eyes, and his grip on my shoulders tightened. Why the fuck is he here then? Jake growled. I sighed and bit my lower lip. He wants me to be his mate, but I'm not going to accept him, I said, trying to remove Jake's hands. His grip was starting to hurt. How the fuck is it possible for you to have two mates? Jake asked angrily. I was really getting uncomfortable with him holding me like that. You are hurting me, Jake, I said, making him flinch and let me go. He pulled me into a tight hug immediately. I am sorry, beautiful, he mumbled. I am shocked and angry. It's okay, Jake, I said, hugging him back. I wanted to let go of him, but he pulled me even closer to him. He can't take you away, Jake mumbled, burying his nose in my hair. He took a deep breath and rubbed my back. He won't, Jake, Amy said softly. I tried to let go of him, and this time he finally let me. I gave him a small smile as I walked away from him. I approached my desk and sat down on my chair. How did it go? Amy asked worriedly. I took a deep breath and released it slowly. Weird, I mumbled. It's weird feeling the bond with someone who isn't Logan. Do you want him? Jake asked, clenching his fists. I furrowed my eyebrows and looked down at my lap. No, I said. It's more like a need. I need to feel him next to me. I need to touch him. I need him, but I don't want him. I don't even want to need him. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Fuck, Jake mumbled angrily. I looked up at my friends. Amy was looking at me with sadness and worry written all over her face. Jake was pacing around with an angry expression on his face. Is Logan okay? Amy asked quietly. I knew that he was trying to be strong for me, but I could also feel his pain and sadness. He couldn't fool me. He will be, I said with determination in my voice. I won't let anyone hurt him. I would deal with this. I would find a way to stay with Logan. I wasn't going to let anyone take me from him. Not again. Emma's POV. My head was killing me. I barely managed to get a few hours of sleep last night. So when I heard a loud commotion in front of my office, all I wanted to do was let Eliza take care of it. But my mate's scent filled my lungs and I stiffened. What was he doing here? Where was Logan? Where was Andrew? I could hear one of our warriors fighting with him and telling him that he couldn't come inside my office without my mate or my brother present. Are you fucking kidding me? Alpha Nathan screamed. That is my mate inside. My heart clenched. My hands started shaking. Logan. I mind-linked my mate. We are on our way. He answered immediately. Andrew and I had to go to the cellar. Ryan tried to stop him, but he couldn't do much. Of course he couldn't. Nathan was an alpha. Ryan couldn't go against him. He could only keep an eye on him. But I needed to deal with this. I took a deep breath, stood up, and walked toward the door. I opened it and looked outside. None. Alpha. Nathan looked at me immediately. My body shivered. The need to touch him grew. Emma, he said as a huge smile spread across his face. Is everything okay, Alpha Nathan? I asked, trying to calm myself down. Your warrior won't let me inside, Alpha Nathan said as he looked at Ryan with a frown. I told him that you are my mate, but he didn't want to listen to me. I wasn't his mate, I didn't want to be. I looked at Ryan and gave him a small smile. "It's okay, Ryan," I said. "Alpha Logan will be here in a few minutes." Ryan looked at Alpha Nathan and stepped aside. "Thank you, Emma," Alpha Nathan said as he approached me. His scent overwhelmed my senses. This was the closest we've ever been. I needed to step away from him. I turned around and hurried back toward my desk. I sat down in my chair and took a deep breath. I heard the door to my office close, and I looked up at Alpha Nathan. His eyes were closed and he was taking deep breaths. "Your scent is soothing," he mumbled as he opened his eyes and looked at me. "How can I help you, Alpha Nathan?" I asked, trying to stop my body from shaking. He approached my desk, placed his hands on it, and bent down. He was so close. I could see the color of his eyes so clearly. They were dark brown. I felt like I was watching a pool of chocolate. He was so close. If I had just reached out, I could have touched his cheek. My hands started shaking. I needed to touch him. He clenched his jaw and gulped. "Fuck, Emma," he mumbled. I leaned further into my chair, trying to get away from him a little. I didn't want this. I really didn't want this. But the door to my office burst open, and a very angry Logan rushed inside. Oh, thank goddess. "Step away from her, Alpha Nathan," Logan said, his voice trembling. Alpha Nathan kept his eyes on mine. He didn't even flinch. "I just want to talk to her, Alpha Logan," Alpha Nathan said. "She is my mate. I have every right to be here." Logan growled, walked over to me, and pulled my chair back. "Can we talk, Emma?" Alpha Nathan asked me softly. I took a deep breath and relief washed over me. Logan's scent overpowered Nathan's. It consumed my body, and I could think clearly again. "What would you like to talk about, Alpha Nathan?" I asked. Logan ran his fingers through my hair, making Alpha Nathan growl. "If you have a problem with me touching my mate and my wife, please feel free to step outside," Logan said. Alpha Nathan finally looked away from me. I felt my body relax a little. "Are you enjoying my pain, Alpha Logan?" Alpha Nathan asked. "I can't wait for the day when our roles will be reversed and I will be the one touching her while you watch." My heart hurt so much that I almost whined. No. It would never happen. It could never happen. Logan growled loudly. He tried to step closer to Alpha Nathan, but I stopped him. "Alpha Nathan, please don't," I said, trying to stay calm. He looked at me, and his eyes softened. "I am sorry, Emma," he said gently. "It is so painful for me to watch him touch you. How would you feel if there was another she-wolf with her hands all over me?" My body tensed up. An uneasy feeling washed over me. But my main thought was that I would be relieved. If he had another woman in his life who he wanted to take as his mate, I would be relieved. We wouldn't have to go through all of this. "Sit down, please," I said, motioning to a chair behind him. "I have work to do. I don't have much time." Alpha Nathan listened to me and sat down on the chair. He looked up at Logan and frowned. Logan placed a hand on my shoulder and squeezed it gently. "You are doing great, baby." He mind-linked me. "I am proud of you." "Thank you for coming." I mind-linked him back. "It is easier with you here." "Of course, Emma," Logan said. "I would never leave you alone with him." Alpha Nathan, I called him again, making him look from Logan to me. What did you want to talk to me about? His eyes fell on Logan's hand on my shoulder. I saw his jaw clench. He looked back up at me and smiled. I heard something that concerned me, and I wanted to talk about it with you, Alpha Nathan said. Okay, I nodded. Logan's grip on my shoulder tightened. I heard that you had some issues with rogues in the past, Alpha Nathan said, making me tense up. What issues did you have with them? He didn't know? He didn't know about Samuel? Logan tensed up. Please, Emma. Alpha Nathan spoke after a few moments of silence. I need to know if they hurt you. I need to know what they did to you. I took a deep breath and looked up at Logan. It's your decision, baby, Logan said softly. But it may not be a bad thing to tell him. Logan finished through the mind link. I would really like for him to know how much he fucked up by siding with the people who almost killed you. I gave him a small nod and looked back at Alpha Nathan. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. I hated talking about it. It always made me feel like I was back in their arms. It always made me feel like I wasn't with Logan. I hated it. Just thinking about being away from my mate was making my whole body hurt. Nathan's POV. She was fucking beautiful. I just wanted to touch her. I just wanted to hold her. If that fucker hadn't walked in, I would have done it. I was so close to her. I could just reach out and touch her soft neck. She wanted me to. I could tell. She wanted me as much as I wanted her. I was one step closer to my goal. I watched her chest rise up as she took a deep breath. I watched her clench her small fists. The rogues killed my parents, Emma said. They attacked our pack and killed my parents and Logan's father. I knew about that. The Rogue King had been terrorizing the packs for years. Nobody knew why, though. His attacks stopped about 4 years ago. I am so sorry, Emma, I said as softly as I could. How old were you? I was almost 10 years old, she said. I nodded and gave her a small smile. Is that why you and Andrew are so close? I asked her. You two were left alone? Yes, Emma nodded. He raised me. Oh, so she was more than just a sister to him. That was nice to know. I would have to be extra careful around Andrew. That's not all, Logan said, making me look up at him. They took her parents, but they almost killed her as well. The anger exploded inside of me. What? Noel stirred and growled. What the fuck are you talking about? I asked, clenching my fists and narrowing my eyes at Logan. Logan looked down at my mate and caressed her cheek. Jealousy burned my insides. Stop fucking touching her, I growled, gritting my teeth. Logan looked up at me and shook his head. That is never going to happen, Alpha Nathan. Oh, it fucking will. Kill him, Noel growled. I can't, I said. But after I mark her, this fucker will pay for every single time he touched her. He will rot in our cellar. Noel growled again. She was the Rogue King's target, Alpha Logan said, making me flinch. What? I looked at my mate. She was looking down at her lap. Her fists were clenched tight, and her body was rigid. Explain, I said as my blood started boiling. Emma looked up at me and gulped. He wanted to take me as his mate, Emma said, making me freeze. He wanted me so he could use my powers to defeat other packs. I saw fucking red. I will kill him. Every attack he ever made on our packs was because he was searching for her, Logan said, making me look up at him. How the fuck did he get the idea that he could take her as his mate? I growled, clenching my fists. I saw fucking red. I wanted to find him and kill him. Logan looked down at Emma and took a deep breath. He had witches who interpreted the legend of the White Wolf completely wrong, Logan said. He thought that he could remove my mark. He thought that he could use her powers for his own gain. He thought that she would give him powerful children. I saw fucking red. The only children she would be having would be mine. So he targeted her? I asked, trying to calm my racing heart. He kidnapped me, Emma said, making my heart race. I growled loudly. What? I shouted as I clenched my fists and tried to stop Noel from coming out. He took her and tortured her, Logan said. She almost died. My heart was pounding. I could hear the blood flowing through my veins. The fucking rogue king kidnapped my mate. He tortured her. He almost killed her. Where was I? Wait, where the fuck was Logan? How could he let that happen? I looked at him and narrowed my eyes. How could you let that happen? I shouted. Logan's eyes widened. He growled at me. It wasn't his fault, Emma said, making me look at her. How can you say that? I growled. I would never allow him to take you from me. Logan growled again and tried to go at me. Emma stopped him. He had witches on his side, Emma said. They used magic. We were helpless. I tightened my jaw and looked at Logan. He was staring at me with a pissed-off look on his face. What did they do to you? I asked, looking back at my mate. Emma took a deep breath and looked down at her lap. Logan placed his hand on the back of her neck and massaged it gently. Jealousy burned me again. I wanted to touch her. I needed to touch her. She was mine. Mine. They experimented on me, Emma said quietly, making me look away from the fucker's hand on the back of her neck. They dosed me with wolfsbane and silver, trying to make me use my magic. I was in shock. Pure fucking shock. Some witches and some rogue fucker were dosing my mate with wolfsbane and silver? We were almost late, Logan mumbled as he looked down at her. Her heart stopped after we brought her to our hospital. Noel growled. Pain consumed my body. She almost died? I almost lost her even before I got a chance to meet her. The pain in my body was suffocating me. I didn't know if I would ever be able to stop it. My beautiful mate almost died? Her heart stopped? Would the pain in my body ever stop? I wasn't sure that it would. But what Emma said next had me frozen. I couldn't feel the pain anymore. I couldn't feel my body anymore. That is the main reason I don't appreciate you siding with rogues, Emma said, looking up at me. I know that you hired them to attack Alpha Drake's pack to get our attention. I know that you hired them to intercept the shipping of the materials we needed. She gulped and narrowed her eyes slightly. You used them to do your dirty work, she said. I didn't. My father did. I couldn't speak. I couldn't defend myself. I couldn't explain it to her. All I could do was stare at my mate and pray to the goddess that she would forgive me for this. I was going to kill my father. Logan's POV. I really enjoyed the look on the fucker's face. I enjoyed it so much that it was hard to keep the smirk off my face. Nice job, baby. I mind-linked Emma. She didn't respond. I could feel her tension. This had to be so fucking hard for her. Even if I didn't want to admit it to myself, he was her mate. She felt the bond with him just as much as she felt it with me. Keeping a distance from him and hurting him must have been so fucking hard for her. It wouldn't be hard for me, Leon growled. I would rip him to fucking pieces. I know, I sighed, but you know that we can't do that, Leon. I know, he growled again. I wish that we could, though. Me too, I said. I don't know what you're talking about, the fucker said nervously. Emma took a deep breath and shook her head. Please don't lie to me, Alpha Nathan, Emma said calmly. I know that you are working with rogues. Alpha Nathan tightened his jaw and clenched his fists. Emma, please give me a chance to explain, he said, his voice laced with anger. I'm not sure that I want to hear your explanation, Emma sighed. Maybe you didn't know that they kidnapped me, but I'm sure that you knew that they killed my parents. I don't think that there is anything to explain, Alpha Nathan. A quiet growl escaped him. I pulled Emma's chair back. He looked up at me and narrowed his eyes. I am not going to hurt my mate, he said, gritting his teeth. Every time he said my mate, it felt like a hot knife was piercing through my heart. Alpha Nathan, please leave my office, Emma said. I have work to do. He looked at her and his eyes widened. It was my father, he said, panicking. I raised an eyebrow at him. Was he really going to do this? Was he really going to blame his father for his stupid decisions? Please, Alpha Nathan, Emma sighed. You are the alpha of your pack, aren't you? It may have been your father's idea, but it was your order and your decision. That's my fucking girl. Alpha Nathan clenched his fists. You are right, Emma, he said. It was my decision. It was the wrong one, I admit. But can you really throw away our bond just because I made one mistake? Logan never made mistakes. I froze. I did. I made a huge fucking mistake. My heart raced. My palms started sweating. What would Emma say? Would he convince her to give him a chance? He wasn't wrong. I made mistakes. So many fucking mistakes. The second it took Emma to answer him was the longest second of my fucking life. I am not throwing away our bond because of your mistake, Alpha Nathan, Emma said. I am already mated and married to another man. I don't want to divorce him. I don't want to break my bond with him. I love him. That's the reason I don't want to be your mate. Oh, thank fuck. My heart was going to jump out of my chest. I was so fucking sure of it. Anger flashed in Alpha Nathan's eyes. He tightened his jaw and gulped. I don't accept that, Emma, he said. You have to give me a chance. I am so fucking sure that I'm your goddess-given mate. I can't let you live your life tied to a curse. I saw fucking red. A growl that escaped my lips was impossible to stop. I was not her curse. Our love was not a curse. Everything we've been through was not a fucking curse. The fucker looked up at me. One of us is the cursed mate, Alpha Logan, he said, making me clench my fists. I come from the oldest pack. I am a descendant of the Alpha who was the first White Wolf's goddess-given mate. The chances are on my side, Alpha Logan. My heart broke into a million fucking pieces. Don't listen to him. Emma mind-linked me. I couldn't respond. I couldn't get the air into my lungs. I don't care about that, Alpha Nathan, Emma said. Even if Logan is my cursed mate, I would stay with him. This isn't about who is my goddess-given mate and who is my cursed mate. This is about who I love. And I love Logan. I want to stay with Logan. Warmth spread through my body, and the broken pieces of my heart hurt a little less. They started to heal. Her love could heal every single part of my body, heart, and soul. I wanted to mind link her and tell her how fucking much I loved her. But I couldn't focus. I could only focus on the lump in my throat. I needed the fucker to leave the room so I could take her into my arms and show her how much I loved her. I demand a chance, Emma, a very pissed-off Alpha Nathan said. I demand you reconsider your decision to stay with Logan. What kind of mate would I be if I left my girl to be affected by a curse her whole life? I didn't know what pissed me off more, him calling her his girl or calling our bond a curse, or maybe even him demanding something from my mate. Careful, Alpha Nathan, I growled. You are in no position to demand anything. He looked at me and raised his eyebrows. I think I am, Alpha Logan, he said. Or would you want to do this the hard way? We can't let him start a war. Emma mind-linked me, and I could hear worry in her voice. He won't, baby. Don't worry, I said. What do you want, Alpha Nathan? Emma asked, making him look at her. A dinner, the fucker said. Just you and me, Emma. I don't want to be interrupted by your mate, your brother, or any other member of your pack. I saw fucking red. No. No fucking way. I growled loudly, making the fucker smirk. I will think about it and let you know, Emma said calmly. She would think about it? I looked down at her and tightened my jaw. I expect your answer by tomorrow, Emma, the fucker said as he stood up. Emma didn't respond. She kept her eyes on him as he started to leave the room. I didn't even look up at the fucker. I didn't want to. I didn't need to. As soon as I heard the door close, I turned Emma's chair toward me, bent down, and pressed my lips against hers. I had no fucking idea how I managed to stay so calm with that fucker in the room. All I wanted to do was wrap my hands around his neck, squeeze, and watch the life leave his body. Emma's POV. Logan and I entered our home. I could hear voices coming from the kitchen. I looked at Logan and took a deep breath. Ever since we left my office, he's been tense. He kept clenching his jaw and his fists. I took his hand in mine and pulled him closer. Talk to me, I said, as I wrapped my arms around his waist. He looked down at me and caressed my cheek. I don't want you to go anywhere with him, he mumbled quietly as he wrapped his arms around me. My heart clenched painfully. I didn't want to go with him either. I really didn't. But if that was something that could stop a war... I know, I said, lifting my hand and cupping his cheek. I don't want to go either. Then don't, Emma, Logan said, tightening his arms around me. I don't want to go to war, I said. I don't want to endanger our pack members. Every single one of them would go to war for you, Logan said. I took a deep breath and leaned my head on his chest. That doesn't mean they should, I said quietly. Not if it can be avoided. Logan placed a hand on my head and pressed me closer to him. I am not sure if we will be able to avoid it, my love, he mumbled. No amount of dinners will convince him to leave you alone. I shivered. Something was telling me that Logan was right. But I couldn't give up. Not yet. I looked up at him and gave him a small smile. Let's go see if Anna found something, I said. Maybe we won't need dinners and wars after all. Logan smiled back and bent down to kiss me. I kissed him back and tightened my arms around him. That is just gross, I heard Daisy's voice behind me. Logan stopped kissing me and I chuckled. I turned around to look at her. She was smirking. What do you say to Amy then? I asked, stepping away from Logan. Daisy sighed and rolled her eyes. Don't remind me. I took Logan's hand in mine and we followed Daisy back to the kitchen. Anna was sitting at our kitchen island, looking through one of the books we found in Samuel's cave. My brother was with her. He was leaning on the kitchen counter with a cup of coffee in his hand. Did you find anything? I asked, making Anna turn around and look at me. Not really, Anna said, and the disappointment washed over me. The making of the curse is described here, but I don't see a way of breaking it. I approached Anna and looked down at the book. I wished that I could read it myself. Could we make a spell to see if Logan is my goddess-given mate? I asked, looking up at Anna. I'm not sure, Anna mumbled, flipping through the book. I don't know how I would do it. Find out, I said. I will help as much as I can. Anna nodded and gave me a small smile. I looked back down at the book and took a deep breath. We had to find something. We had to. There had to be a way for us to confirm that Logan really was my goddess-given mate in... What? Andrew exclaimed suddenly. I looked up at him, furrowing my eyebrows. You are not going to that dinner with him, Andrew said, placing the cup down on the counter. I looked at my mate and sighed. He told him everything through the mind link. What dinner? Daisy asked, confused. She looked from Andrew to me. Alpha Nathan demanded dinner with me, I said as I sat down on one of the bar stools. He said that he wanted to talk to me without Logan or Andrew present. That is not happening, Andrew said angrily. I looked at him and sighed. Don't give me that look, Emma, Andrew said. I don't trust that man. I am not leaving you alone with him. An uneasy feeling washed over me. I didn't like the way Andrew talked about my mate. I gulped and tightened my jaw. He wasn't my mate. Logan was. Let her talk, Andrew, Daisy said, making Andrew look at her. You didn't give her a chance to tell you anything. Logan already told me that she told Alpha Nathan that she would think about it, Andrew said, looking back at me. There is nothing to think about, Emma. He said that he would do it the hard way if I didn't say yes to the dinner, I sighed. We all know what that means. We will go to war if we have to, Andrew said, tightening his jaw. If it was just about me, I would go to war, I said. But it's not just about me. I can't endanger our pack members. Our warriors will fight for you, Emma, Andrew said. I know, I sighed, but we will put others at risk as well. We don't know how many rogues they have working for them. They could get inside our borders. They could kill women and children. I don't want that to happen. I sighed and looked down at my hands. Besides, there is no point of war if we can't kill the main reason for it, Logan added quietly. I turned around to look at him. He was leaning on the doorframe. His muscles were clenched tight. His eyes held so much pain that my heart felt like it was pierced by knives. He was right. We couldn't kill Alpha Nathan, not while he was bound to me. The only way to get him to back off is to break the curse, I said, keeping my eyes on my mate. We need to stall him until we find a way to do it. Going to dinner with him is one of the ways to do that? Andrew sighed. I looked back at him and took a deep breath. I wasn't sure. It seemed like a good idea, but I wasn't sure. Fuck, Andrew mumbled, running his fingers through his hair. I don't like it. I didn't like it either. I hated it. What does Eliza say about him? Daisy asked me. I still haven't talked to her, I mumbled, looking down at my hands. I heard footsteps approaching me, and my mate wrapped his arms around me from behind. We will figure it out, Logan said softly. You are not alone in this. I know, I said, looking up at him. He kissed my temple and gave me a small smile. It didn't reach his eyes, though. Eliza, I called my wolf. We need to talk, Emma, she said. I know, I said, taking a deep breath. After everyone leaves, okay? Yes, Eliza said. Nervousness washed over me. What would Eliza say? Did she want Noel and Nathan? Goddess, please no. I didn't know what I would do if my wolf wanted them. I didn't want Alpha Nathan. I wanted Logan. Only him. Emma's POV. I'm afraid to know what you are thinking, I told Eliza as I ran my fingers through Logan's hair. We were lying in our bed, cuddled up together. Logan's head was on my chest, and his arms were wrapped tightly around me. He was asleep, but I couldn't close my eyes. Andrew and Daisy left a few hours ago. We decided that I should go to dinner with Alpha Nathan, but that I should do it under my own conditions. We didn't talk about the conditions yet, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going to be left alone with him. I wasn't sure about his intentions. I didn't want him to touch me. It would only make this so much harder. I know, Emma. Eliza sighed. I can hear your thoughts, you know. Eliza chuckled, making me smile a little. I placed a soft kiss on the top of Logan's head. He stirred in his sleep and pressed himself closer to me. Did you talk to his wolf? I asked, feeling my nervousness grow. I did, Eliza sighed. My stomach twisted. I was so afraid to know what she thought. What if she wanted them? Breathe, Emma, Eliza said. I don't want them. Oh, thank Goddess. I mean, I need them, Eliza sighed. I need Noel. I need Nathan. But I don't want them. I understand that, I said. I don't like the feeling, but I understand it. I don't like it either, Emma, Eliza sighed. I don't like Alpha Nathan. My heart clenched painfully. I am so sorry, Eliza, I mumbled. I wish there was something I could do. I wish that I could take this burden for you. You don't deserve this. We are in this together, Emma, Eliza said. I'm not letting you deal with this alone. I buried my nose into Logan's hair and took a deep breath. His scent calmed me down. Why don't you like Alpha Nathan? I asked. Eliza sighed. Based on what Noel has told me, Nathan is reckless. He is impulsive, and he never thinks anything through. Noel tried to convince him not to hire rogues, but Nathan didn't want to listen to him. Of course he didn't. You like Noel? I asked. He seems like a nice wolf, Eliza said. I never blame wolves for their humans' mistakes. I know, I said. I never blame them either. My opinion was that our wolves were always blameless. They were the best part of us, and I didn't know a single wolf who I couldn't find the good in. Even Sienna's wolf and Samuel's wolf were good. I was sure of it. They couldn't be blamed for their humans' mistakes and choices. Each and every wolf went back to the moon goddess after death. That wouldn't be possible if our wolves weren't kind and pure. I'm not sure that Nathan has good intentions, Emma, Eliza said quietly. It pains me to say it, but it's true. You have to be careful around him. My heart raced. Did Noel say something? I asked her. No, Eliza answered. That's just my observation. You need to be careful. He will do anything to have you, Emma. Noel wants you too. I am sure that Noel wouldn't hurt you to get you, but I'm not so sure that I can say the same for Nathan. My stomach twisted. What pained me the most was the fact that Logan would be hurt. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't let anyone hurt him. I had to fight for him. I had to fight to stay with him. I took another deep breath, letting my mate's calming scent fill my lungs. How can we tell which one of them is our goddess-given mate, Eliza? I asked my wolf. How can we be sure that it's Logan? I don't know, Emma. Eliza sighed. My heart is screaming at me that Logan and Leon were given to us by the goddess. But, I mumbled. But I agree with Logan, Eliza said. We need proof. We need to find proof that Logan is our goddess-given mate, or we need to find a way to break the curse. Both of those tasks seemed impossible. They seem impossible because it's 2 a.m. and you are exhausted, Eliza said and chuckled. You should go to sleep. I know, I sighed, but I can't. I was worried about that dinner. I didn't want to go, but if that was the price of war… You will do it on your terms, Emma, Eliza said. You will set your own rules. I didn't even know which ones to set. I just wanted him to leave. A shiver went down my body. Would he even accept the rules I set? Would he get angry? Would he really start a war? Breathe, Emma, Eliza sighed. He's not going to start a war just because of a few rules you set. I frowned. You just said that he was reckless, I said. Well, he is not that reckless, Eliza mumbled. He knows that we are the strongest pack. He has rogues on his side, I mumbled worriedly. I felt the first signs of panic. My heart rate increased. I felt a cold sweat on the back of my neck. Just breathe, Em, Eliza said, and I felt calmness wash over me. Take it one step at a time. You have done a great job so far. Did I? It didn't feel like it. I felt completely lost. I felt like I made so many mistakes. You didn't, Emma, Eliza said softly. You've done a great job so far. I gulped and closed my eyes. I ran my fingers through Logan's hair again. Is Leon okay? I asked Eliza. I was so afraid of hurting Logan and Leon. I would never forgive myself if I did something that would hurt them. He is, she said, making me breathe out in relief. He is angry and sad, but he is so proud of you. He isn't angry at you, Emma. Will you tell him that I love him? I mumbled, burying my nose in Logan's hair. I love them both so much. Of course I will, she said softly. Try to get some sleep now, okay? I will try, I mumbled, pressing myself closer to Logan. My body felt frozen, but he was so warm. I needed his warmth. I needed it now more than ever. Logan stirred in his sleep. He turned his head and placed a small kiss on my collarbone. I smiled, leaned my head on his, and tried to get some sleep. Nathan's POV. I was just about to pull a shirt over my head when I heard a knock on my bedroom door. Come in, I said as I finished getting dressed. The door opened, and one of Alpha Logan's warriors came inside. "Alpha Nathan," he said politely as he bowed his head a little. "Luna would like to see you in her office." I smirked. Noel perked his ears. "I will be right there, Ryan," I said, trying to hide my excitement. She wanted to see me. Would she go to dinner with me? Of course she would. She didn't want to do things the hard way. I was proud of my girl. She knew what was best for her. Ryan nodded and left my room. I walked to my bathroom, fixed my hair in the mirror, and smiled. "I will get her," I said quietly. "She will be mine." I glanced at myself one more time before I walked out of my bathroom. I looked good. Well, not good. I looked great. Ryan was waiting for me outside of my bedroom. "You didn't have to wait, Ryan," I told him. "I know how to get to her office." "I have to follow my alpha's orders," Ryan said calmly. Of course he did. Alpha Logan wasn't a stupid man. I was expecting to be followed around, but he was an idiot if he thought that being followed would stop me from taking Emma from him. And no one would stop me from getting her. I nodded and smiled at Ryan as I started following him to Emma's office. The closer we got, the stronger her scent was. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. My insides melted. I loved her scent so fucking much. I couldn't wait to get more than just her scent. I wondered how her skin would feel against mine. I heard all about the tingles and sparks, and I couldn't wait to feel them. I was sure that they would feel amazing. She would feel amazing. Ryan knocked on her office door, and I heard her gentle voice telling us to come in. Ryan opened the door, and a huge smile spread across my face. There she was. She was wearing jeans and a sweater today. Her hair was falling down her back. Her skin was glowing. Her hair looked like silk. I couldn't wait to run my fingers through it. She looked at me and walked to her desk. She sat down and pointed at the chair in front of her desk. "Please sit down, Alpha Nathan," she said. My eyes fell on her brother and Alpha Logan. They were sitting on the couch, glaring at me. I was a fool to think that I would get a chance to talk to her alone. I was just going to have to wait until dinner. I approached her desk and sat down on the chair. "Did you consider my proposal, Emma?" I asked, giving her a small smile. She glanced at her brother and Logan. "I did," she said, looking back at me. "I will have dinner with you, Alpha Nathan." The excitement exploded inside of me. I knew it. "I knew that you would say yes, Emma," I told her as a huge smile spread across my face. "Let me finish, Alpha Nathan," Emma sighed. "I will have dinner with you, but I have rules of my own." I frowned. What rules? Emma took a deep breath and leaned back in her chair. "4 warriors will come with me." She began explaining her rules to me. "They will wait outside of the restaurant. I won't go anywhere with you after dinner. Logan will pick me up in front of the restaurant. If at any point you start talking about me leaving my mate, I will leave the dinner immediately." I tightened my jaw and clenched my fists. I wasn't happy with those rules, not at all. "You don't trust me, Emma?" I asked, narrowing my eyes at her. "I don't know you, Alpha Nathan," Emma said. "All I really know about you is that you are working with rogues. You can't expect me to trust you." I tightened my jaw to the point of breaking. She would have a lot of time to get to know me. "You will have a lifetime to get to know me, Emma," I said, making Logan and Andrew growl. She didn't respond. I clenched my fists. I would agree to the rules, but I had another one of my own. I have a rule of my own, Emma, I said, trying to stay calm. It was hard. I was angry. So fucking angry. She didn't trust me. Emma gulped. I could feel her nervousness. Okay, she said after a few moments of silence. What rule? You can't be formal with me during the dinner, I said. You can't call me Alpha. I wasn't going to let her keep it up. I was Nathan to her, not Alpha. That stupid formality was only keeping us at a distance. I didn't like it. I didn't want it. I needed to get rid of it. Okay, Emma said and gave me a small nod. I smiled at her and my heart raced. I can't wait, I said as excitement washed over me. I'm sure that this dinner will be good for us, Emma. I can't wait to get to know you better. Logan growled, but I ignored him. I didn't give a fuck about him and his growls. She was mine, and I wasn't going to pretend like I didn't want her. I wanted her, and I was going to get her. She would become mine, whether he liked it or not. Are you okay with having dinner tonight? Emma asked me. My smile grew. Of course, I said. The sooner the better. Okay, Alpha Nathan, Emma said, making me a little annoyed. I will see you tonight at 7 p.m. She looked down at her desk, picked up a pen, and started looking through some papers. I have work to do, Alpha Nathan, she said, making the anger inside me grow. I told you not to call me Alpha, I said, trying to remain calm. We are not at dinner yet, Alpha Nathan, she said, keeping her eyes on the papers in front of her. I clenched my fists and tightened my jaw. She was driving me crazy. I needed to leave before she saw my annoyance. I stood up, turned around, and left her office, completely ignoring Logan and Andrew. I didn't give a shit about them. They didn't matter. I would get her alone tonight. Fucking finally. Logan's POV. It was hard for me to describe what I was feeling. Anger. I really fucking wanted to kill someone. I wanted to punch and scream until I ran out of air. Pain. My mate was going for dinner with another man. My body hurt. My soul hurt. My heart was in fucking pieces. Sadness. My wife was going out with another man. I really fucking wanted to cry. Frustration. I was helpless. There wasn't anything I could do. Fear. What if she liked him more? What if she decided that she wanted him more than me? Leon had a whole range of his own emotions, and that wasn't helpful. I constantly had to keep him from taking over. I can feel your emotions, Logan, Emma said as she pulled her jeans up. You don't have to be afraid. I gulped and clenched my fists. Of course I had to be afraid. What if she saw him in another light after tonight? What if he managed to take her away from me? What if all of our efforts wouldn't be enough to stop him from taking her? What if she wanted to leave with him? No, Leon growled loudly. I took a deep breath and tried to ignore him. Emma pulled a sweater over her head and approached me. She sat down in my lap and ran her fingers through my hair. Her touch and her scent relaxed me immediately. Incy. I can't read your thoughts, but I'm pretty sure that I know what you are thinking right now, Emma said softly. I'm not going to leave you. I love you. I gulped and studied her face for a second. He could be a good man, I mumbled. He could be worthy. Emma sighed and shook her head. Eliza doesn't like him, Emma said, making the curiosity inside me grow. She likes his wolf, but not Nathan. Leon perked his ears. Did Eliza tell you about this? I asked him. No, he said, focusing on Emma. She doesn't like him? I mumbled. No, Emma confirmed, shaking her head. She said that Nathan is reckless and impulsive. She doesn't blame Noel, though. She said that Noel is a good wolf. Of course, Eliza didn't blame Nathan's wolf. I completely understood that. I rarely blamed wolves for their humans' mistakes. I rarely thought that a wolf was as bad as his human was. That's a good thing, I mumbled as I tightened my arms around Emma. 8. Yes, Emma said, smiling at me. Eliza thinks that you are our goddess-given mate. A small wave of relief washed over me. I gave her a small smile, and she pressed her lips against mine. I savored the taste of her lips. It was the best fucking thing in the world. I love you, she mumbled against my lips. You don't have to be afraid. I took a deep breath and leaned my forehead against hers. I think that I'm more afraid that he will do something to you, I mumbled, feeling my broken heart break even more. I can defend myself, Emma said as she caressed my cheek. Our warriors will be outside. Nothing bad will happen. You will pick me up in an hour, and we will come back home. I couldn't fucking wait for that moment. Think of it as a business dinner, Emma said as she lifted her head and smiled at me. I'm a Luna. I can go on business dinners. I chuckled and pressed my lips against hers again. Eesh. I couldn't think of it as anything else than that fucker trying to take her from me, but I appreciated her trying to make it easier for me. Come on, Emma said as she stood up and took her hand in mine. I'm sure that my brother has a lot to tell me before I go. I smiled and nodded. Andrew was freaking out. I was sure that he would give her a million instructions on what to do and what not to do. Emma pulled me up, and we walked to the kitchen together. Ding! Andrew was pacing around nervously. He kept scratching his beard. His muscles were clenched, and his eyebrows were furrowed. Daisy and Amy were sitting at our kitchen island and sipping tea. Drake was leaning on the kitchen counter. His eyes were fixed on Andrew. He had a worried look on his face. Emma, Andrew exclaimed as soon as he saw us. He grabbed her hand and pulled her to the table. I sighed and followed them. Emma sat down and glanced at Amy and Daisy. Listen to me, Andrew said as he sat down on the chair next to Emma. I came to stand behind her. I placed my hands on her shoulders and rubbed them gently. Tingles and sparks erupted all over my skin. Every time I touched her, it was like the first time. Now, you will mind link everyone if anything goes wrong, Andrew told her sternly. We will be close by. Try to keep it under an hour. Punch the fucker if he tries something. Don't let him near you. A sickening thought came to me. Nah. I squeezed her shoulders and looked down at her. Don't leave your drink or food unattended, I said as I tried to stop a growl from escaping. If he wants to take you away, he could try to drug you. Andrew and Drake growled. Emma looked up at me and gave me a small nod. I bent down and kissed her forehead. Everything will be okay, Emma said softly as she looked back at Andrew. I will mind link you if I need you. Did you secure the borders? I asked Andrew. He looked up at me and nodded. If he wants to take her, he won't get far, Andrew said. Even if he somehow manages to get past the warriors who will be at the restaurant, our border patrol won't miss him. I nodded. I had to take every fucking precaution. I wasn't going to let him take her. Emma looked at the watch. It was time for her to leave. My heart raced. Every fucking emotion I felt increased tenfold. I felt like I wouldn't be able to take my next breath. Did I really have to sit in my car and drive my mate to dinner with that fucker? Why, goddess? Fucking why? Emma turned toward me and wrapped her arms around my waist. I hugged her as tightly as I fucking could. Everything would be okay. Everything had to be okay. I wasn't going to lose her. He wasn't going to take her from me. Even if he tried, I wouldn't let him. Emma's POV. I was just about to walk into the restaurant when someone called my name. I turned to my left and saw Jake. "I will be here the whole time," he said, his voice laced with anger. "If he does something, mind link me immediately." I nodded and gave him a small smile. "It will be okay, Jake," I said. "I will be okay. Thank you for being here." I saw his jaw clench. He closed the distance between us in just a few long strides. He pulled me into a tight hug. "I will fucking kill him if he tries something," he mumbled, tightening his arms around me. "He won't, Jake," I said as I patted his back gently. "I will be okay." Jake took a deep breath and let me go. He took a step back, and I gave him a small smile. He didn't smile back. He looked furious. I sighed and turned around. I could do this. Everything would be okay. It was a business dinner. I would go in, talk to him, and go back home to my mate. Everything would be just fine. It had to be. I took a deep breath and opened the restaurant door. "Luna," Liam said, bowing his head a little. Liam was the owner of the restaurant Alpha Nathan and I were having dinner in. He was an older wolf who was very valued in our pack. When I was thinking about the place to have this dinner, Logan suggested Liam's restaurant. I agreed immediately. I knew that he would do anything to make me feel as comfortable as possible. I knew that he and I could arrange something without any issues. "Hello, Liam," I said, smiling at him. "Is the food ready?" Liam and I arranged for the food to be prepared before we arrived. I wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. "We are just finishing it up, Luna," Liam said, smiling back at me. "Alpha Nathan is already at the table." I glanced toward the room he was in and took a deep breath. "Call me Emma, Liam, please," I said, looking back at him. He smiled and gave me a small nod. "I will bring the food in about 15 minutes, he said. "Is that okay?" Liam offered to work as a server as well. I didn't want to bother him, but Logan agreed. He trusted Liam, and knowing that Liam would be here made him feel better about this whole thing. "Of course," I said. "Thank you, Liam." What I really wanted was to run to the kitchen, grab our plates, and rush them to the table. I needed this dinner to be over as soon as possible. "Let me take your coat, Emma," Liam said, smiling at me. I took it off and gave it to him. "Thank you so much," I said, glancing toward the dining area. It was time. I couldn't prolong it anymore. "I will be in the kitchen," Liam told me as he hung my coat on the coat rack by the door. "Mind link me if you need anything." "Thank you, Liam," I mumbled as I walked toward the room we were having dinner in. The restaurant was closed and the whole dining area was empty. We thought that was the best. We didn't want to scare our pack members with all the warriors around the place. I opened the door and stepped inside. Alpha Nathan looked up at me, and a huge smile spread across his face. "Emma," he exclaimed as he stood up. I took another deep breath and approached the table. Alpha Nathan pulled out a chair for me, and his smile grew. "I was hoping to see you in a dress for our special evening," he said as I sat down on the chair. He was closer to me than ever. My body trembled and my lungs filled with his scent. This was going to be so hard. This was going to be a battle between my heart and my instincts. I didn't wear a dress on purpose. I didn't want him to see me like that. Only Logan could. Only Logan should. I wore jeans, a blouse, and high-heeled boots. He leaned in and took a deep breath. He growled, and I knew exactly why. Why do I smell another male on you? He asked, bending down and getting into my face. He was only a few inches away. I could feel the heat radiating from his skin. His scent clouded my mind. I needed to get away. I leaned back and gulped. My friend said hello to me before I came here, I said, making him narrow his eyes at me. What friend? He asked. Jacob, I said. My childhood friend. I leaned further away from him. Please sit down, Alp. I started speaking, but stopped myself when I remembered his rule. He raised an eyebrow at me. Please sit down, Nathan, I said, pointing at his chair. He looked at my neck. My body heated up. I was painfully aware of his hand on the back of my chair. If he moved it just a little, he would be able to touch me. My instincts wanted him too. My heart didn't. Yeah. Unfortunately, he did move his hand. He moved it and caressed my cheek. And sparks and tingles exploded on my skin. I forced myself to stop a gasp from escaping my lips. He didn't. He gasped and smiled. Goddess, I waited to feel this for so long. He mumbled as he traced my jaw with his fingers. I had to stop it. I had to stop him. I moved out of his reach. He looked me in the eyes, and the hurt I saw in his made me sad. Sit down, Nathan, please, I said quietly. He tightened his jaw and stood up straight. I kept my eyes on him the entire time. The flash of anger I saw made me a little worried, but I pushed that thought away. I wasn't alone. I had my warriors here. Andrew and Logan were close by. Everything would be okay. Alpha Nathan walked to his seat and sat down. A wave of nervousness washed over me. What would we even talk about? How could I ignore the elephant in the room? This man wanted to take me away from my family. I had to sit here and pretend that I wasn't angry at him? How the hell was I supposed to do that? For our pack members, Emma, Eliza reminded me, you can do it for them. She was right. I could do it for them. I had to do it for them. I was their Luna. I wasn't going to let anyone hurt them. Nathan's POV. I was pissed as fuck. She pulled away from me, but she let some childhood friend hold her. The smell on her couldn't have been just because he came closer to her. He had to have touched her. He had to have hugged her. She let him fucking hug her. I clenched my fists under the table and forced a smile on my face. Yeah, and my skin still tingled from touching her soft skin. It was as amazing as I dreamed it would be. She was soft and warm, and she was so fucking perfect. She was made for me. Her skin was made to be touched by me. I focused on the sparks on my skin and let that feeling soothe the anger I felt. I'm so happy, Emma, I said, smiling at her. We are finally alone. She leaned back in her chair and stayed silent. I wanted to touch her again. Goddess, how badly did I want to touch her again? I would get to touch her. I would do it soon. She would fall in love with me. She would love me. I would touch her, kiss her, and make love to her. I would kiss every part of her perfect body. I would suck on the delicate skin on her neck. I would suck on her bottom lip. I would taste her skin. I would lick and suck her sweet little pussy. I would sink my canines into her neck and make her mine. I would fucking do everything with her. I was hard as a fucking rock. Just thinking about touching her and doing delicious things to her body made me ready to go. "Tell me something about yourself, Emma," I said. I needed something to distract me, or else I would jump at her, rip those fucking jeans off, and sink my dick inside her. "What would you like to know, Nathan?" she asked as she reached for the glass on the table. "Tell me something about your childhood," I asked, smiling at her. She took a sip of water and placed the glass back down on the table. "I had a lovely childhood," she said, looking up at me. "My parents were amazing. They loved Andrew and me a lot. They were great parents." I nodded. "What about Andrew?" I asked, keeping a smile on my face. "He is an amazing brother," Emma said. "I couldn't have asked for a better one." "He seems like a great man," I said. "I'm glad he took such good care of my mate." Emma didn't say a word, but I saw her clench her fists. She didn't like to be called my mate. It pissed me the fuck off. "Talk to Eliza, Noel," I told my wolf. "We need her on our side. We need her to convince Emma to leave Logan." "I'm not doing that, Nathan," Noel growled. "I don't want to piss Eliza off and make her stop talking to me." I rolled my eyes at him. They were wolves. Unlike us, they relied on their instincts. Eliza wouldn't be able to ignore Noel. She would have to submit to him. She would want to do what he asked. "You don't want to know about my family?" I asked Emma, trying to ignore Noel. "We would probably already have our mate if he had just listened to me." Noel growled, and I pushed him back. "Do you have any siblings?" Emma asked me. "I don't," I said, shaking my head. "I always wanted to have a sibling, though. I was pretty lonely when I was a kid. My parents worked hard, and I spent most of my time alone. I did have Mark, though." "Who is Mark?" Emma asked. I was just about to answer her when the dining room door opened. 2 waiters walked inside carrying 2 fancy bowls with some kind of soup in them. "Ah, we didn't order yet," I said, furrowing my eyebrows. "Ah, oh, I already arranged the menu in advance," Emma said, making me look at her. "This is my favorite restaurant, so I know what is good. I hope that you will like everything." The waiter placed the plate in front of me. "This is our homemade chicken soup, Alpha Nathan," the waiter said. "Please enjoy." I looked up at him and gave him a polite smile. I watched as the 2 waiters turned around and started walking out of the dining room. "So, who is Mark?" Emma asked, making me look back at her. "Oh." She picked up the spoon and started eating slowly. "My friend," I answered. "He is the beta of our pack." Emma glanced up at me. "I wasn't going to call it my pack. It was ours. She was the Luna of my pack. She would be going home with me, whether she liked it or not. You will like him," I added as I picked up the spoon. "You two will get along great." Emma placed the spoon down and sighed. "You are forgetting a rule, Nathan," Emma said. I raised an eyebrow at her. Did she really think that I would pretend that she wasn't mine? Did she really think that I wouldn't mention our pack? "I was serious when I said that I would leave if you mentioned me leaving my mate," she said, making the anger inside me grow. "Your pack isn't my pack. I won't get along with your beta because I will never meet him." I tightened my jaw. The flames of anger were burning my insides. But I forced a smile on my face. I wouldn't be able to get her if she left right now. "I am sorry, Emma," I said as calmly as I could. It's hard not to mention it. I love you and I want you. I already think that everything that belongs to me belongs to you as well. Please forgive me. Emma studied my face for a second before she looked back down at her plate and picked her spoon back up. I smiled. She would be mine soon. I would take her home soon. Logan's POV. It took a shitload of alcohol, but I was finally drunk. Well, not drunk, more like tipsy. Andrew came back from the bathroom. He sat down and picked up the bottle of whiskey that was on the table. It was empty and useless. I needed a new one. Andrew looked at the bottle and then up at me. Really? He mumbled, raising an eyebrow at me. What would you do if your mate was on a fucking date with another man? I mumbled, turning around to find the waiter. My eyes fell on Carter, and I felt relief wash over me. Carter, I called him. He looked at me immediately. Another one, I said, turning back to Andrew. Yes, Alpha, I heard Carter say. Humans have it so easy, man, I sighed. I had to drink 3 fucking whiskey bottles just to get a little drunk, and I have to keep drinking just to stay drunk. If I were a human, I wouldn't need a 4th bottle. If you were a human, you would be dead by now, Andrew said, frowning at me. Yeah. Carter approached our table and placed a new whiskey bottle in front of me. I looked up at him and smiled. Just keep them coming, I said, as I grabbed the bottle and opened it. Yes, Alpha, Carter said as he walked away from our table. Want some? I asked Andrew. No, Andrew said, shaking his head. You shouldn't drink it either. I have to, I said, pouring the whiskey into my glass. It hurts. The love of my life is on a date with another man. The anger inside me exploded. I wanted to kill him. I really wanted to kill him. She is not on a date with him, Andrew sighed. She is on a business dinner. I sighed. She said the same thing. I knew it was true. I knew it wasn't a date. I knew that she would never leave me. I believed in her. I believed in her love. I believed in our bond. But I just couldn't stop imagining him touching her. Would she feel the sparks and tingles? Of course she would. He was her mate. Would he try to kiss her? Would she like it? The image of him kissing her had me ready to burn the world down. My stomach turned, and it felt like someone had pierced a knife through my heart. I grabbed the glass and gulped down the brown liquid. If he touches her, I mumbled as I placed the glass on the table in front of me. He won't, Andrew said, grabbing my hand and squeezing it hard. She won't let him touch her, Logan. I sighed and ran my fingers through my hair. How is Daisy? I asked him. I needed a distraction. I needed to think about something other than his hands on my mate's body. I remembered her moans. I remembered her sighs. I remembered how she looked and sounded while we made love. Would he ever see that? Would he ever get to hear her moan? Goddess, please no. She was mine. Her moans and orgasms were mine. Daisy is okay, Andrew said as he let my hand go. She is getting bigger and bigger, but I can't tell her that. Andrew chuckled and I shook my head. You probably shouldn't, I mumbled. Andrew smiled and took a deep breath. I love that woman so much, he said, looking down at his hands. I can't believe that I found her. I was sure that I wouldn't. I knew that there was a perfect mate for you, I said as I poured more whiskey into my glass. You are a good man. You deserve everything. Andrew glanced at me worriedly. You are a good man too. Andrew said. You know that, right? I wasn't a good man. I've done a lot of shit in my life, and the goddess was making me pay for it. You rejected your mate? Here is another one who wants her. Yar. You were an idiot who thought that your mate wasn't strong enough? Here, let's get her kidnapped so you can find out exactly how strong she is. I was a horrible man, and Emma had to suffer because of it. Maybe I didn't even deserve her. Maybe Nathan would be a better option for her. Are you fucking insane? Leon growled loudly. Stop thinking like that or I'm going to claw your eyes out. I can practically hear your thoughts, Logan, Andrew sighed. You are a good man. You made mistakes, yes, we all made mistakes, but you apologized. You made things right. You became the best mate to my sister. I looked up at him and sighed. I couldn't talk about that. I didn't want to talk about that. I needed a distraction. Did you choose a name for my nephew? I asked Andrew. Andrew smiled and shook his head. Not yet, he said. We can't decide between Mason and Michael. Michael? I asked, raising an eyebrow at him. Michael was his father's name. Daisy thinks that we should name him Michael to honor my dad. Andrew sighed. I like it, but I like Mason more. I like Mason too, I said, smiling at him. Mason Carter, beta of the Crescent Moon Pack. He will be the best cousin to your kids, Andrew said, smiling warmly at me. I poured another glass of whiskey. I fucking needed it. I didn't want kids if I didn't have Emma. The only children I would ever want would be hers. What time is it? I asked as I poured whiskey down my throat. 15 minutes left, Andrew said. I took a deep breath. 15 minutes. I could do that. I could wait 15 minutes more. Nobody mind-linked me so far, and I didn't want to ask anyone anything. I could have mind-linked Liam and asked him how the dinner was going, but I was terrified that he would tell me something I didn't want to hear. Do you want to go and wait outside? Andrew asked me. We were in a bar close to the restaurant. I have to finish the bottle first, I mumbled, pouring myself another glass. Emma is going to kill me for letting you get drunk, Andrew mumbled, making me roll my eyes. I'm not drunk, I said. Maybe a little, Andrew said. I shrugged. Werewolves couldn't get drunk, at least not like humans could. I wasn't drunk, but I was tipsy. I wished I could get drunk. I wished that I could forget what was going on. I took a deep breath and looked down at the glass in my hands. 12 more minutes. Emma's POV. 15 more minutes. I moved the food around the plate with my fork. I didn't know what to talk about anymore. We covered everything. We talked about favorite foods, favorite books, and favorite movies. We talked about our childhoods and our parents. We've covered everything, and I had nothing else to ask him. His favorite food was steak. He didn't have a favorite book because he couldn't decide between a couple of them. If he had to choose, he would probably pick The Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka. He didn't have a favorite movie. He couldn't choose between the 3 movies in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. He loved Lord of the Rings. I knew everything, and I didn't need to know more. I didn't want to know more. I wanted this to be over. I wanted to see Logan. Can I ask you something, Emma? Alpha Nathan asked, making me look up at him. He wasn't eating anymore. He leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms over his chest. His eyebrows were furrowed and he was biting his lower lip. Sure, I said, putting my fork down. If Logan was out of the picture, Would you become my mate? He asked. My heart sped up. What did he mean by that? Would he do something to Logan? No, I couldn't let him. I am not going to let you hurt him, I said, clenching my fists and narrowing my eyes at him. You are going to have to get through me to get to him. I felt anger growing inside me. I wasn't going to let him hurt my mate. I was a fucking white wolf. I would bite his head off if he tried to hurt Logan. Calm down, Emma, Alpha Nathan said. I didn't mean it like that. I can't kill him because I would lose you. I studied his face for a second. What did you mean then? I asked, trying to calm down a little. If you met me before Logan, would you be with me right now? He asked. His question surprised me. I didn't know the answer to that. I couldn't imagine my life without Logan. He is in all my memories. He is my mate. He is my best friend. Emma? Alpha Nathan asked. I don't know, I mumbled. I can't imagine that. If you were born in my pack, I would be the first one you met, Alpha Nathan said. You would love me. You would be with me. I took a deep breath and looked down at my plate. I wasn't born in your pack, Nathan, I said. I was born here. I met Logan first. I looked back up at him. I can't know what would happen if I met you first, I said. Maybe we would be together, but maybe we wouldn't. We can't know that for sure. Alpha Nathan clenched his fists. I could tell that he wanted to say something, but he was interrupted when Liam walked into the dining room. He approached our table with a smile on his face. Was everything okay, Luna? He asked me politely. Everything was great, Liam, I said, smiling back at him. Thank you so much. Alpha Nathan? Liam asked, looking at him. Everything was great, Alpha Nathan said, forcing a smile on his face. Thank you for this lovely meal. Liam bowed his head and picked up our plates. I watched him as he left the dining room. 10 more minutes, and I would see Logan. I think we would be together, Alpha Nathan said, making me look back at him. If you didn't meet Logan first, you and I would be together now. I stayed silent. I couldn't even imagine that. It will happen, Emma, Alpha Nathan continued as he placed his elbows on the table and leaned closer to me. You will leave him and go to my pack with me. The anger came back. I narrowed my eyes at him. So, I knew that I promised not to talk about it, but we have 8 minutes left, he said. You will leave in 8 minutes. I might as well tell you what I've been dying to tell you since you walked through the door. I gritted my teeth. I don't have to listen, Nathan, I said as I started to get up. We can finish the dinner 8 minutes early. Alpha Nathan stood up too. I want you to listen to me, Emma, he said angrily. You are my mate. You belong with me. I turned around and rushed out of the room. I heard him following me. He grabbed my arm and turned me around before I could reach the door. Tingles and sparks exploded on my skin. I didn't like it. I wanted them gone. This dinner is over, Alpha Nathan, I said, narrowing my eyes at him. We still have 5 minutes left, Emma, he said, leaning closer to me. I gulped and tried to get out of his grip. It was useless. His hold on me was too tight. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I am your goddess-given mate, he said. You are mine. You belong to me. I will take you back to our pack. We will be happy together, Emma. I didn't belong to him. He wasn't my goddess-given mate. Logan was, I was sure of it. I managed to get my arm out of his grip. He opened his eyes and looked at me. "The dinner is over, Alpha Nathan," I repeated as I turned around and left the dining room. He didn't follow me this time. I didn't see Liam on my way out. I grabbed my coat and rushed outside. "Emma," Jake exclaimed as soon as he saw me. I didn't even notice him. My eyes were on my mate. He was here. He was finally here. "Please follow Alpha Nathan back to his room, Jake," I mumbled, keeping my eyes on my mate. "I will talk to you tomorrow." He said something else, but I didn't hear him. I couldn't listen to him right now. I rushed to Logan. I rushed into his open arms. "You are here," he mumbled as he wrapped me up in a tight hug. I didn't even notice how tense I was until my body started to relax in his arms. "Of course I am," I said as I looked up at him. A strong smell of alcohol made me frown. I didn't even notice it before. I was too focused on feeling my mate's arms around me again. "Have you been drinking?" I asked. "Maybe a little," Logan said. "He is lucky that he is a werewolf," I heard my brother's voice. I looked at Andrew and smiled. "Hey, Em," he said as he smiled back at me. "Ready to go home?" "Definitely," I said. I was more than ready. I wanted to shower, put on my pajamas, and cuddle with my mate. I needed it more than ever. Logan's POV. I was lying in my bed, holding Emma in my arms as tightly as I could. She fell asleep a while ago. She was exhausted. I didn't know if she slept at all these last few days. I kept running my fingers through her hair. I kept sliding my fingertips over her skin. I needed it. I needed to know that she was really here. My fingertips tingled as I ran them over her skin, and I enjoyed each and every second of it. I wasn't sure if I would be able to do this again. I got so scared for a second. I really thought that he would take her from me. Based on what Emma had told me, I was an idiot. She used those exact words. "You are an idiot," she told me when we came home. She was right. I was an idiot. To be honest, I never thought that she would leave me. I thought that he would take her from me. I kissed her forehead and she snuggled closer to me. I smiled. He would never experience this. I would make sure of it. He would never hold her like this. He would never wake up next to her. He would never laugh at how grumpy she was in the morning. He would never cuddle with her like this. He would never get to do any of that. No matter how hard he wanted to, I wouldn't fucking let him. I pressed her closer to me. She was so warm. She was like my little personal Heather. Not that I needed it, but feeling her warm body close to me made me feel like I was home. She was my home. Leon stirred. "What's wrong?" I asked as I placed another kiss on Emma's forehead. She was really warm, maybe even a little bit too warm. Leon growled. I ran my hand down her body and she pressed herself closer to me. Her scent overwhelmed me. Why was it so strong? It was stronger than usual. Not that I was complaining, I adored her scent. But why was it so strong? Why was... Fuck. "She is in heat," Leon screamed. I jumped up and growled. I needed to take her away, right the fuck now. Emma whined at the loss of contact with me. I bent down, cupped her cheeks, and pressed my lips against hers. She moaned and grabbed my hands. She tried to pull me closer, but I didn't let her. "Wake up, Emma," I said. "We need to go." I let her go and turned around. I rushed to the closet, opened it, and grabbed our bags. I prepared them as soon as the witch said that Emma would go into heat when she met that fucker. I wasn't going to let him get near her. I was taking her away until her heat was gone. Andrew? I mind-linked my beta. There was no answer. I wasn't surprised. It was 3 a.m. He was probably sleeping. But I needed him. I needed him to wake the fuck up. Andrew? I tried again, putting pressure on our link. Logan? I heard Emma's voice. What is going on? Come back to bed. No, Emma, I said as I grabbed our clothes and threw them on our bed. You need to get up. Andrew, wake up. I mind-linked him again, using my alpha order this time. It worked. Of course it did. What happened? Andrew asked immediately. Emma is in heat, I said as I turned around and pulled a hoodie over my head. I'm taking her away. Fuck, Andrew sighed. Okay, do you have everything? I feel like crap, Emma mumbled as she laid back down. Please come hold me. I will, Emma, but you need to get up and get ready, I said. You are in heat. We need to go. Emma sat up abruptly. Her eyes widened. She looked down and put her hand between her legs. Fuck, she mumbled as she lifted her hand. Her fingers were wet with her arousal. I couldn't let myself breathe. If I breathed in just a small amount of her scent, I would go fucking insane. Logan? Andrew screamed through the mind link. Yes, I answered as I pulled my sweats up. I will let you know when we get there. Emma looked up at me. I saw lust in her eyes and growled. I promise that I will touch each and every part of you later, I said, taking a small amount of air into my lungs. We need to go now. Her scent was so fucking strong. The small breath I took was enough for me to lose my mind, and her heat was just starting. She wasn't even in a lot of pain right now. I wanted to pin her down on the bed and fuck her like I've never fucked her before. Fuck. I ran my fingers through my hair and pointed at her clothes on the bed. Later. I would do that later. I needed to get her out of here first. If that fucker sensed her heat. Where are we going? Emma asked as she jumped off the cabin up north, I said as I watched her remove her pajamas. I need to get you away from him. I saw her breasts. I saw her pussy. I saw that her thighs were already wet with her arousal. Fuck. How the fuck was I supposed to drive for 2 hours with her in the car looking and smelling like that? Emma pulled her hoodie over her head. What cabin? She asked as she grabbed her sweats. I had to find a place to take you that was far enough from here, I said. It's an old cabin my father built, but we never used it much because it was too far away. He won't be able to sense your heat if you are so far away. Emma nodded as she put her sneakers on. How far is it? Emma asked as she looked up at me and gulped. Fuck. 2 hours, I said, clenching my fists. Her eyes widened. She looked down at my rock-hard dick. I have no fucking idea how are we going to make it up there, I mumbled. Emma's POV. I was going to rip Logan's pants off. We were on the road for only half an hour, but I couldn't wait any longer. I needed him. I needed him to touch me. I needed to feel him inside me. The pain was getting worse by the second. His touch soothed it a little, but I wanted his hand somewhere else and not on my thigh. I needed to feel his skin on mine. I groaned and started to pull my sweats down. What are you doing? Logan growled as he looked down at me. He moved his hand away and the pain increased. I wanted to whine, but I didn't have time to. I needed to get these sweats off. His eyes kept changing color. He was tense. He kept clenching his muscles. It only made him look hotter, and I was going to go insane. Touch me, I said as I threw my sweats on the back seat. Please. Logan growled and placed his hand back on my thigh. His skin on mine soothed the pain, and it made me moan. I wanted more. Fuck, Emma, we can't stop now, Logan growled. We are still too close. He was right, but we didn't have to stop. I smirked at him and leaned over. I looked up at him and placed my hand on his rock-hard dick. We don't have to stop, I said softly, making him groan. So. He lifted his butt so I could pull his sweats down. He wasn't wearing boxers. It was very convenient. He moved his hand higher and ran a finger through my folds. I moaned. A wave of pleasure washed over me. The pain wasn't nearly as bad anymore. You are so wet, Logan mumbled as he started to rub my clit. I really, really wanted to taste him. I started by gently sucking his tip and moving my hand up and down. He loved that, and I knew it would make him go crazy. Fuck, Emma, he growled as he thrust up in my mouth. I smiled and continued sucking and licking. My brain felt like it was floating on clouds. I've never felt better. I wondered how I would feel when I finally felt him inside me. If we get into an accident, Logan mumbled, but he couldn't finish his sentence because I took more of him into my mouth. He started rubbing my clit harder, making me clench and moan. I saw stars. I wasn't going to last long. He wasn't going to last long. Logan moved his fingers from my clit and pushed them inside me. He curled them and touched that amazing spot inside my body. I moaned and started sucking faster. Oh, fuck, Emma, Logan groaned. I felt him twitch inside my mouth. He started pumping his fingers in and out of me faster. I clenched around his fingers. Just one more thrust of his fingers, and I was going to come. I twirled my tongue around his tip one more time, and I felt his seed burst out. Fuck, Logan shouted. My own orgasm washed over me, making me roll my eyes and clench every muscle in my body. Wait, the pain was completely gone. I swallowed every drop of his seed and looked up at him. He was looking down at me with lustful eyes. His mouth was open, and he was panting hard. Fuck, Emma, he mumbled, making me smile. He pulled his fingers out of me, making me moan a little. I was so sensitive. Every touch and every move turned me on. He put his fingers in my mouth, making me taste myself. You have to clean them, Logan said, his voice low and raspy. If I taste you, I won't be able to keep driving. Oh, fuck, I was ready to go again. How is it possible to get turned on just by someone's voice? How is it possible to get turned on just by a few words? I sucked on his fingers, keeping my eyes on his. I watched his jaw clench, and I felt wetness between my thighs grow. I had no idea how we would make it to the cabin. Logan pulled his fingers out of my mouth and placed his hand back on the steering wheel. I looked around. We weren't driving anymore. We had stopped on the side of the road. I would have driven into a tree if I didn't stop, Logan said, making me chuckle a little. Logan started driving again. I took a deep breath and leaned back into my seat. How is the pain, baby? Logan asked worriedly. Better now, I said as I looked at him and smiled. I felt the pain coming back a little, but it wasn't bad. I could handle it. I had felt worse pain before. But I knew that this was only the beginning. The pain would get much worse. My need for my mate would grow. I had 3 long days ahead of me. Logan placed his hand back on my thigh. He rubbed my skin softly. I moaned quietly. "No," Logan said sternly. "This is just for the pain, Emma. We are not stopping again. We need to leave as soon as fucking possible." I looked at him and nodded. He was right, but it was so hard. It felt like my brain wasn't my own. It felt like someone took it away and placed a bunch of sex hormones in the place where my brain should be. But he was right. I had to control myself just for a little while longer. I glanced at the speedometer. Logan was driving fast. We were going 100 miles per hour, and he kept pressing on the gas pedal. "But this was so fucking hot," Logan added, glancing at me and smirking. "We could do that again sometime." I chuckled and nodded. "It was pretty hot," I agreed. "We should definitely do that again." Logan took my hand into his, lifted it, and kissed it softly. "I love you," he told me. "I love you too," I said, smiling back at him. "Thank you for taking care of me." Logan glanced at me and smiled. "Inda?" "You don't have to thank me for that," he said, placing his hand back on my thigh. "It's my honor to take care of you." I reached out and caressed his cheek. I couldn't help but notice how the tingles and sparks were different with Logan. They were warm and soothing. They felt natural and familiar. It was different with Alpha Nathan. The tingles and sparks were there, but they were different, uncomfortable at times. Logan was my goddess-given mate. I was sure of it. I just needed to find proof. I took a deep breath and placed my hand on top of Logan's. I was hoping that Anna would find something by the time we got back. She needed to find something. Nathan's POV. I woke up with a strange feeling in my gut. Something wasn't right. "Noel?" I called my wolf. "I feel it too," he said. "Something has happened." I threw the blanket off me and sat up in bed. "Is Emma okay?" I asked him worriedly. "Did something happen to her?" "She is okay," Noel said, but I could hear tension in his voice. "I don't know what's wrong." I tightened my jaw and stood up. I would find out. The important thing was that she was okay. I walked to the closet and opened it. I was just about to grab a pair of jeans when my phone rang. I picked it up from the desk and looked at the caller ID. It was Mark. "What's up?" I asked as I answered the phone call. "Your father is driving me crazy," Mark sighed. "When are you coming home?" "Soon," I said as I took a pair of jeans and boxers out of my closet. "Did she accept you?" Mark asked excitedly. "Oh, Kate will be thrilled." Kate was his mate. She was around Emma's age, and she really wanted to meet her. "She didn't," I sighed as I put the phone on speaker and placed it down on the desk. "She wouldn't until I separated her from Logan." Mark sighed. I started getting dressed. I needed to hurry up and find out what that awful gut feeling was about. "Are you going to take her away forcefully?" Mark asked. I sighed as I pulled a sweater over my head. "I will have to," I said. "We had dinner yesterday. She is too hung up on him. She isn't going to see that I am her goddess-given mate until I take her away from him." "I was hoping that you would be able to avoid that," Mark mumbled. I picked the phone back up, took the call off speaker, and placed the phone against my ear. "Me too," I said. "But she is just so stubborn." "When and how are you going to do it?" Mark asked. I sat down on the bed and ran my fingers through my hair. "As soon as possible," I said. "I don't know how yet. Just be ready to come to pick us up at the border. Just don't do anything stupid, Nate. Mark sighed. I would probably have to. She wouldn't go with me willingly. I had to find a way to make her come with me. Don't worry, I said. She will forgive me once she realizes that she is right where she belongs. I will wait for your call, Mark said. Thank you, I responded. Say hello to Kate for me. Sure will, Mark mumbled. I hung up the phone and put my shoes on. That awful feeling in my stomach only got worse. I gritted my teeth and walked toward the door. Ryan was there when I stepped outside of the room. Of course he was. He was my guard dog. Good morning, Alpha Nathan, he said politely. Good morning, Ryan, I said as I started walking toward Emma's office. I needed to see her. I wanted to find out where she lived, but I couldn't get some alone time no matter what. As soon as Logan's dog saw me leave my room, they followed after me. I was annoyed as fuck, but I wouldn't have to take that for long. I would be out of here with my mate as soon as fucking possible. I could smell Emma's brother even before I opened her office door. What the hell was he doing here? I opened the door, and he looked up at me. He was sitting at her desk with a bunch of papers in front of him. So, Emma wasn't here. Where was she? Good morning, Alpha Nathan, Andrew said. How can I help you? Where is Emma? I asked as I approached her desk. Andrew leaned back in her chair and pointed at the chair in front of her desk. My heart raced. Where was she? Sit down, please, Andrew said when I didn't approach the chair. Where is she? I asked, ignoring him completely. The awful feeling in my gut increased. Noel stirred and growled. Emma had to leave, Andrew said, making my heart stop beating. We had some issues with our pack members who live close to our southern border. Emma and Logan left, and they will be back in a few days. My whole fucking body froze. I couldn't move a muscle. What? What fucking issues? Where the fuck was she? What? I asked, narrowing my eyes at Andrew. What fucking issues? Where is she? Andrew took a deep breath and pointed at the chair again. I wasn't going to sit down. I was going to wait for him to tell me where the fuck she was. I was going to go get her. I was going to take her to my pack. I can't give you that information, Alpha Nathan, Andrew said. The issue is sensitive and related to our pack. I growled and clenched my fists. Where the fuck is she? I shouted. I wanted to punch something. Did that fucker take her away from me? Alpha Nathan, calm down, please, Andrew said calmly. Emma will be back in a few days. A few days? A few fucking days? No, I wasn't going to wait that long. She had to come back right the fuck now. Call her and tell her to come back, I said, gritting my teeth. Andrew narrowed his eyes slightly. I saw his jaw clench. I can't do that, Alpha Nathan, Andrew said. Emma is the Luna of our pack. She has obligations. She is working. She wasn't their Luna. She was my Luna. I placed my hands on the table and leaned toward Andrew. I narrowed my eyes and clenched my jaw. She won't be your Luna for long, I said, making Andrew growl quietly. She is my Luna. She will go back to my pack with me. You should enjoy these last few days with her because we won't come back here after I take her back to my pack and mark her. Rage flashed in Andrew's eyes, but I didn't give a shit. I didn't even give him a chance to say anything. I turned around and rushed out of her office. I was going to take her away from them. She would never see them again. She would be mine, and mine only. Logan's POV. I thrust into her again. My muscles were clenched tight. Sweat coated my whole body. I was exhausted, but so fucking happy. More, please, Emma moaned. I captured her lips with mine and continued pumping in and out of her. I lost count of how many times we had sex. It was going on and on. I didn't even know if we had eaten anything since we came here. I didn't give a fuck. All I wanted was her. All I needed was her. I was so fucking close to exploding inside of her. I felt her muscles clench around me, and I knew that she was close as well. I lowered my lips to my mark on her neck, knowing that sucking on it would throw her over the edge. When she arched her back and moaned loudly, I knew that I was right. I trussed again and again, prolonging her orgasm. Her body shivered, and I pushed my dick inside her one more time before I exploded. My vision blackened and a growl escaped my lips. "Oh, goddess," Emma mumbled as she unwrapped her legs from my waist. I looked at her and smiled. "That was amazing," she said. Her voice sounded like she was drugged. I chuckled and kissed her. I pulled out of her and laid down next to her. She laid her head on my chest, and I wrapped my arms around her. This was all I wanted. Just her and I, alone and enjoying each other. I wished that we could stay here forever. I wished that Nathan would just disappear from our lives. Emma kissed my chest and looked up at me. She looked so funny. Her hair was a mess. Her cheeks were red. I could still see lust in her eyes. But she was beautiful like this. Only I could see her like this. "Maybe we should eat something," I said as I caressed her cheek. "Probably," Emma chuckled, "but I kind of don't want to get up." I smiled and kissed her forehead. "Good thing you don't have to," I said. "You have a mate who will make you something to eat and bring it to you." "That sounds amazing, but I kind of don't want you to leave either," Emma said, grinning at me. I laughed. "I don't want to get up either, baby, but you do need to eat," I said as I ran my hand down her back. She closed her eyes and sighed contently. I really didn't want to get up. I wanted to stay like this forever. But I had to. "I need to do it before the pain comes back," I said softly. The pain was bad, but sex helped. It lessened the pain and even made it go away for a little while. "I know," Emma mumbled as she opened her eyes and smiled at me. Goddess, she was beautiful. I was just about to kiss her when my phone rang, and I turned to my right and picked it up from the nightstand. I knew it must be important because I specifically told everyone not to disturb us unless it was an emergency. "What happened?" I asked Andrew as soon as I picked up the call. Emma lifted herself up on her elbow and looked at me worriedly. I put the phone on speaker. "Nathan was looking for Emma," Andrew said. "I told him everything you told me to say. He is pissed off." Of course he was. "We should get more warriors to follow him," I said. "We need to know his every move." "Already done," Andrew said. "I think that he might go looking for her. We need to stop him if he tries." I growled. "He said something that worries me," Andrew said, making my heart race. "What?" I asked, clenching my fists. Andrew sighed. He was silent for a moment. "What did the fucker say?" "Is Emma there?" Andrew asked. "I am," Emma answered instead of me. "What did he say?" I heard Andrew take a deep breath. He said to enjoy our last days with Emma," Andrew mumbled. He said that he wouldn't let us see her after he took her back to his pack and marked her. I froze. Rage exploded inside me. I think that he is planning something, Andrew continued. We need to be extra careful. Emma growled. He is seriously pissing me off, Emma said angrily as she sat up. I'm going to bite his head off when we come back. That's my girl. I would help you, Emma, but we can't hurt him, Andrew sighed. Emma clenched her fists. Did Anna find something? She asked him. No, Andrew sighed. She translated the book so Daisy and Amy could help her, but they couldn't find anything. Fuck. There has to be something, Emma sighed. We need to find a way to prove that Logan is my goddess-given mate. We will, Emma, Andrew told her. Anna is giving her best. I know, Emma mumbled. Please tell her how thankful I am. I will, Andrew said. Emma sighed and wrapped her arm around her lower belly. The pain was back. We need to go, Andrew, I said as I pulled her back to me. Call me if something happens. Don't let the fucker leave the pack house. I hung up the phone before Andrew could answer. Emma grabbed the phone from my hand and placed it on the nightstand. She climbed into my lap and kissed me hard. I sat up, pressing her closer to me. The food will have to wait, she mumbled as she started to kiss my jaw and my neck. I couldn't agree more. I grunted and pressed my already hard dick onto her pussy. Emma sucked on her mark on my neck. My eyes rolled to the back of my head. Yay. She lifted her lower body, and I placed the tip of my dick at her entrance. She lowered herself down slowly. Her warmth coated my dick, and I was in fucking heaven. Take it all in, I mumbled as I took her nipple in my mouth. I know you can do it. She threw her head back and sighed contently. I thrust myself into her, helping her a little. Yes, please, she mumbled. Well, I wasn't going to deny her anything, especially not when she asked me so politely. I started thrusting up slowly but hard. I could feel her slick walls around my cock. I could feel her wetness on my thighs. I was really in heaven and I never wanted to leave. Nathan's POV. It's been 2 fucking days since she left. 2 fucking days. I wasn't having it anymore. She had to come back right the fuck now. I tried going after her, but those fucking dogs barely let me out of the pack house. The only place where they didn't follow me was the bathroom. They would probably follow me there if it wasn't adjacent to my room. I was a fucking prisoner, and I had enough of it. I was an alpha. No one could treat me like this. I've put up with it because of her, but I fucking had enough. She had time to choose me, but she stupidly decided to stick with Logan. I wasn't going to let that happen. She was coming to my pack with me. Today. Do something, Nathan, my father told me angrily. Enough time has passed. She isn't coming here willingly. Bring her here by force. She will forgive you. I growled and started pulling my hair. Was that fucker really trying to tell me what to do? I had it with him. I should have killed him a long time ago. I should have killed him the moment he raised his hand on my mom. I should have killed him the moment he killed her. I would already do that if she was here, I said, gritting my teeth. She isn't fucking here. Then make her come back, my father sighed. Do or say something that will make her come back immediately. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I would fucking kill him when I went back to my pack. He was annoying the shit out of me. Stop calling me father, I mumbled. Let me do this on my own. You are useless, Nathan, my father sighed. I will send rogues in to take her. I saw fucking red. I will rip that stupid head off your shoulders, I shouted. No one touches her. She is fucking mine. If I find out that one of your filthy rogues touched her, I will make you regret being born. I hung up the phone. Fuh. I didn't want to listen to him anymore. I didn't want to listen to anyone anymore. I missed my mate. I needed my mate. Noel tried to talk to me, but I pushed him back. I've been doing that since she left. I couldn't talk to him. I couldn't handle him. I didn't want his advice. I didn't want anyone's advice. I would fucking do this on my own. I needed to get her back. I stormed out of the room, slamming the door against the wall. I was getting her back. She had to come back. Alpha Nathan, one of the warriors exclaimed as he ran after me. I ignored him completely. If he tried to stop me, I would bite his head off. Alpha Nathan, where are you going? The warrior asked. I growled. He didn't need to know shit. I reached Emma's office and kicked the door in. Andrew was expecting me. He was standing in the middle of the room with his arms crossed over his chest. His eyes were narrowed and his posture was rigid. He was tense. That suited me perfectly. He would make more mistakes if he was tense. His stupid little mate was in the room with him. She was standing near Emma's desk with a worried look on her face. Alpha Nathan, can you please explain to me why you've been slamming and kicking doors around my pack house? Andrew asked. Tell her to come back right the fuck now, I shouted. Andrew tightened his jaw and took a deep breath. Alpha Nathan, I have already told you that she is working, he said. She will come back tomorrow. I wasn't going to wait that long. I wasn't going to wait a minute longer. I knew that I had to do something extreme to get her back. I knew that she wouldn't come back unless I gave her a really good reason to. I didn't want to do this. I gave her a chance. I gave them a chance. This wasn't my fucking fault. They gave me no other option. Their time ran out. I had to get her back. I had to get her home. I would mark her and mate with her tomorrow. I would organize a Luna ceremony for her by the end of the week. I would marry her as soon as she divorced Logan. I clenched my fists and tightened my jaw. This wasn't an impulsive decision. This was a rational decision. It was time for me to take back what belonged to me. I moved before they even realized what I was going to do. I was fast and no one could stop me. No one could fucking stop me now that I was on a mission to bring my mate home. I elongated my claws and grabbed Andrew's little mate. I pulled her away from Andrew and a few warriors who were standing by the door. The fucker made a mistake. He left enough room for me to get to her. He should have placed her behind himself. He should have protected her better. I knew that he would make a mistake if he was tense. But he probably didn't expect this from me. I was always polite and calm. He probably didn't expect me to threaten a pregnant she-wolf. The gasps and growls I heard made me smirk. What the fuck are you doing? Andrew screamed as he tried to take a step closer. I placed a claw underneath her belly, and Andrew stopped moving. He looked like he was going to throw up. One wrong move, and your pup and your mate will be dead, I said, making him growl. I'm going to fucking kill you, Andrew screamed. Let her go. Yeah. You won't kill me, I said calmly. You can't kill me, not unless you want to lose your entire family in one day. So, killing me would kill Emma. He knew it. Everyone knew it. We weren't just mates. Emma and I were bound together by an ancient legend. Our bond was stronger than any other. If I died, she would too. Andrew clenched his fists. The woman in my arms was trembling. Call my mate and get her here, I said. I'm sure that she wouldn't want me to kill her sister-in-law and her nephew. Emma's POV. The pain was almost completely gone. It still hurt, but not nearly as bad as yesterday. I still needed Logan's touch, but not all the time. I could go without it for a while, and even if his skin wasn't on mine, the pain wasn't unbearable anymore. Logan was running a finger up and down my back gently. Just because I didn't need his touch to help with the heat anymore didn't mean that I didn't want it, goddess. I wanted it so bad. I enjoyed each and every second of it. I was lying on my belly with my hands under my head. Logan was lying next to me. He kept touching me, kissing me, and playing with my hair. I had a small smile on my face. I was so happy. I forgot about every single thing that was waiting for me at home. I only saw Logan. I only felt Logan. I could only hear his voice and smell his scent. I was completely devoted to him. It was heaven, and I never wanted to leave. I didn't want to go back and see Alpha Nathan. I didn't want to go back and deal with that situation. I would be happiest if I could stay here with Logan until the day I died. Do you know what I absolutely adore? Logan mumbled as he placed another kiss on my shoulder. What? I mumbled, enjoying the sparks he was creating with his fingers. I know each and every freckle on your body, Logan said quietly. I know each and every scar. I know each and every mark on your skin. Logan's hand traveled down my back. It made me shiver and sigh contently. It's like a map, Logan continued. It's like a map that only I get to see. It's like a map that only I know how to read. I opened my eyes and looked at him. He was staring at my back with a small smile on his face. I love you, I told him. He looked at me and smiled. His smile was amazing. It was perfect. It made everything better. It made every problem disappear. Nothing hurt or worried me when he smiled. It was the best cure in the world. You have to love me, Logan said with a smirk. I just made you come like 100 times. He spanked my butt, and I laughed. I love your laugh, he mumbled as he leaned in and ran his nose up and down my jaw. My skin was on fire. I wanted more. I wanted so much more. I was really insatiable. I ran my hand down his muscular back. I felt him shiver. He cupped my breast and started sucking on his mark on my neck. I pressed myself closer to him. His phone rang just when he was about to lower his mouth to my nipple. No. Fuck, Logan mumbled. He turned around and grabbed his phone from the nightstand. What's wrong, Andrew? He asked as he picked up the call. He put it on the speaker immediately. Hello, Alpha Logan. I heard Alpha Nathan's voice. May I speak to my mate, please? I sat up abruptly. Why did he have Andrew's phone? Logan looked at me with a mixture of worry and rage in his eyes. Where is Andrew? Logan asked as he sat up and leaned on the headboard. Alpha Nathan sighed. May I speak to my mate, Alpha Logan, please? He repeated. My heart skipped a beat. Why didn't he answer him? Was Andrew okay? Did Alpha Nathan do something to my brother? I grabbed the phone from Logan. I'm here, I said, trying not to let him hear that I was panicking. Where is my brother? Oh, Emma, Alpha Nathan said, and I heard him take a deep breath. It's so lovely to hear your voice. Where is Andrew? I asked, ignoring him completely. Is he okay? Oh, he is fine, my love, Alpha Nathan said. He is listening to our conversation right now. I looked at Logan. Every muscle on his body was clenched tight. He was staring at the phone with a confused look on his face. What the hell was going on there? I need you to come back today, Emma, Alpha Nathan continued, making me look back at the phone. Didn't Andrew tell him that I wouldn't be back until tomorrow? I can't come back today, I said. I still have work to do here. I will be back tomorrow. Alpha Nathan sighed. That won't work for me or for your sister-in-law, Emma, Alpha Nathan said, making me freeze. Daisy, what did he mean by that? Is she okay? Is the pup okay? Logan wanted to take the phone away from me, but I didn't let him. Is Daisy okay? I asked, trying to remain calm. Is the pup okay? Where is she? Let me talk to my brother. Alpha Nathan chuckled. My stomach twisted. She is okay for now, Emma, Alpha Nathan said. Her well-being depends on you. My heart stopped. Logan growled. You see, I am holding one claw on her neck and the other one on her belly, he continued. If you don't come back right now, your brother will lose his mate and his child. My vision blackened. Pain erupted all over my body. Was he serious? Was he really threatening to kill Daisy? You insane motherfucker, Logan screamed, grabbing the phone out of my hand. Let her go or I will rip your insides out. Alpha Nathan chuckled. He chuckled? I felt something stir inside of me. It was something I had never felt before. It was warm, and it started burning my insides. A rage like I've never felt before made me burn. I felt my skin heat up. I felt something buzzing inside of me. He was threatening my family? He was threatening to kill my brother's child? He was threatening to kill Daisy? Rage and fear overwhelmed me. I wasn't going to let him do it. I wasn't going to let him take them away from my brother. Oh, I was going to do whatever I had to do to stop him. I clenched my fists and felt sparks on my skin. My whole body started buzzing. Logan looked at me. His eyes widened. Run, Alpha Nathan, I said coldly. Run and hide. I growled and jumped off the bed. No one hurts my family, no one. Logan's POV. She was glowing. Her hair started rising up like it was electrified. Sparks were flying from her skin. The temperature in the room started rising rapidly. She looked magical. She was magical. She unlocked it. I was so entranced by her that I didn't even realize that she jumped off the bed and flew out the window. The window broke and the glass flew around the room. She shifted midair, and I could swear that her wolf wasn't white anymore. It was silver. Go! Leon screamed. I flinched, jumped up, and flew out through the window. I shifted before I hit the ground. My paws hit the ground with a thud, and I started running after my mate. She was so fucking fast. Was her wolf a little bit bigger than usual? Just go, Logan, Leon screamed at me. Run faster. There's no time for that now. I listened to him and pushed myself to run faster. She was so fucking fast. I was having trouble keeping up with her. Fuck, I couldn't let her do this by herself. She needed to wait for me. If he hurt her, if he took her. No, I growled and forced my legs to move faster. My paws were hitting the ground with so much force that I could swear the ground around me was shaking. The trees around me were a blur. Everything around me was a blur. I kept my eyes on the glowing wolf in front of me. I kept my focus entirely on her. Emma, I mind-linked her. Slow down. No, she growled back. I am not letting him hurt them. I am not letting him hurt my family. My legs wouldn't move faster. I was giving it my all, and she was still faster than me. We are not letting him hurt our family. I mind-linked her back. You are not alone in this, but you need to slow down a little. I can't keep up with you. She glanced toward me, and I could see her eyes widen a little. But how? She mumbled. You are faster than me. Not anymore, baby, I said. You have magic now. She slowed down a little, allowing me to catch up to her. Can you feel it? I asked her as we continued to run side by side. I don't know, she mumbled. I didn't even notice it. I'm just so angry. That's probably what unlocked it. Her magic was pushed out by her rage. She started running faster, leaving me a little behind. I couldn't let her face him alone. She did find some magic within herself, but she didn't even know how to use it. It was completely new and she was angry. That wasn't a good combination. She could get hurt. I pushed myself to run faster. My legs were shaking and my paws started to hurt. I've never run this fast before. I didn't even know if I would be able to keep up the pace. But I had to. I couldn't let her face him alone. We were flying through the forest. If we continued like that, we would be back at the pack house in half an hour. Suddenly, I felt a surge or energy rush through my body. The pain in my legs and my paws disappeared. My muscles felt energized. I started running faster. I started running with ease. It felt like someone gave me a little nudge. What the? It had to be something that Emma did. What did you do? I mind-linked Emma. What? She asked, glancing at me. She wasn't even aware of it. I was feeling tired, and suddenly I got this burst of energy, I said as I jumped over a fallen tree. Really? She asked, surprised. I felt that you were getting tired, and I wanted to give you some of my energy. I didn't think it would work. I knew it. It was her. She was so fucking powerful. But she wasn't even aware of it. She didn't know what she was doing. That could be so dangerous. She could get hurt. He could hurt her. He could use her magic against her. I need you to stay with me at all times, Emma, I told her. I can't let you get hurt now. She growled loudly. Sparks were flying off her paws, scattering all over the ground as she ran. I have magic now, she said coldly. He can't hurt me. This was what I was afraid of. She was too angry. She was way too angry to think rationally. You don't know how to use it, Emma, I said, jumping to my left to avoid a tree. You need to be careful. Alpha Nathan is the one who should have been more careful, Emma growled. Shit. Andrew, I mind-linked my beta. We were already close enough for us to talk through the mind link. Logan, he said, his voice laced with worry and pain. We can't let him take... Listen to me, I interrupted him. Emma has magic. It's incredible. I don't know what happened. She got angry and something happened. What? Andrew mumbled. We are on our way, I said. She is flying through the forest. I couldn't keep up with her, and then she used her magic and gave me some of her energy. She gave you... He spoke, but I interrupted him again. There is no time to explain, I said. I wanted to let you know so we could keep an eye on her. She doesn't know how to use it. She could get hurt. Fuck, Andrew mumbled. Is Daisy okay? I asked worriedly. She is scared, Andrew said. I am terrified. I'm afraid to move. I can't kill him. We are all just standing here helplessly. He is crazy, Logan. If he hurts them... Andrew stopped talking. He won't, I said as I forced my legs to move faster. We won't let him, Andrew. He won't hurt your mate or your child, I promise. Andrew didn't respond. I noticed that we were close. We were maybe 10 minutes away. We are coming, Andrew. I mind-linked him. I let the anger flow through my body and fuel every part of me. I was going to kill that motherfucker as soon as I got the chance. Emma's POV. I wanted to kill him. I really, really wanted to kill him. I wasn't a violent person, and I've never felt the need to hurt or kill someone. But I really wanted to kill him. Was he crazy? Was he really threatening an unborn pup and his mother? How in the hell did he think that would make me choose him? Did he really think that he could win me over by hurting Daisy? Well, it didn't matter. I wasn't going to let him do that. I felt magic rushing through my blood. I felt it warm up my body. I felt it fuel my rage. He wasn't going to win. I wasn't going to let him hurt her. I wasn't going to let him take me. I was going to fight him. I was going to kill him. I was going to die with him if I had to. I wasn't going to let an innocent unborn pup suffer because of me. I wasn't going to let my brothers suffer because of me. I was so fucking done with everyone who tried to hurt my family. I was done with everyone who tried to take me away from the people I adored. I had enough. I forced my body to move faster. I used the magic inside of me to fuel my body. I pushed myself as hard as I could. I needed to get there fast. I needed to get there as soon as possible. I am coming, Daisy. I mind-linked her. I won't let him hurt you. I won't let him hurt your pup. I promise. You need to be careful, Emma, she said, and I could hear fear in her voice. He is the one who should have been more careful. I growled through the mind link. I could see the pack house already. I am here, Daisy, I continued. I am here. I could see our warriors who surrounded the pack house. I could see their eyes widen when they noticed me. I could see Jake running toward me. I could see Anna and Amy among them. I could see the shock on their faces. I didn't care about any of that. I needed to get to Daisy. I burst through the pack house door and ran to the storage room. I needed to shift and put something on. Logan was right behind me. He already shifted. He rummaged through one of the closets and grabbed a pair of sweats for himself and a large shirt for me. I shifted back, took it from him, and pulled it over my head. Emma, you need to be careful, Logan said as I ran out of the storage room and up the stairs. I ignored him. I didn't have time for this. I needed to get to my office. I could smell Alpha Nathan's scent, but it only angered me. It didn't make me want him like it used to. It made my rage worse. It made my need to kill him worse. I growled and ran into my office. He was standing at the far end of the room. Daisy was in front of him. He was really holding a claw under her neck. He was really holding a claw under her belly. A part of me was hoping that it wasn't true. Daisy looked so scared. My heart broke. Emma, Alpha Nathan said happily. You are here. I growled. You are glowing, he exclaimed. Is it your magic? He looked me up and down and frowned. I don't like that shirt, Emma, he said. I don't like other males seeing your legs. Go change into something appropriate so we can go. Was he serious? My rage exploded. Let her the fuck go, I shouted as I approached him. Sir. Alpha Nathan looked surprised. Why the fuck was he surprised? There is no need to be this angry, Emma, he said, shaking his head disapprovingly. I won't hurt her if you come with me. I felt my blood boil. My body warmed up. I felt electricity at my fingertips. "Let her go," I said slowly. "I won't repeat myself." I didn't know what was going on around me. I knew that Logan was behind me. I knew that Andrew was standing to my right. The only one I saw was him. The only thing I felt was rage. My goddess-given mate wouldn't do this. My goddess-given mate wouldn't want to hurt me like that. My goddess-given mate would never hurt my family. My goddess-given mate would never threaten an unborn child. Alpha Nathan was my cursed mate. I knew it. My heart knew it. This was the proof I needed. I looked at his claws and wished they would disappear. I could imagine them retracting back into his skin. I could imagine them disappearing. He gasped and looked down at his hands. He clenched and unclenched his fists, turning his hands and looking at them with a shocked expression on his face. Someone pulled Daisy away from him. Someone tried to pull me back. I didn't let them. My magic expanded. It wasn't only inside my body anymore. I could feel it on my skin. I could feel it around me. I could feel someone behind me trying to approach me, but they couldn't. I didn't want them to. I needed to deal with him on my own. I could hear them screaming something, but I didn't hear what. I didn't need to hear them. I was going to do this on my own. I took a step closer to him. He looked up at me wide-eyed. "What did you do?" he shouted. "What did you do, Emma?" I could feel the magic pulsing inside me. He tried to hurt Daisy. He tried to hurt my brother's son. He tried to hurt my brother. "I am not going anywhere with you," I said coldly. "You aren't my goddess-given mate. My goddess-given mate would never try to hurt my family. My goddess-given mate would never do this to me. You are a curse, Nathan. You are a curse, and I'm done being tied to you." Rage flashed in his eyes. He growled and clenched his fists. "If you won't go willingly, I will take you forcefully," he said, as he grabbed me and pulled me to himself. I let him take me. I wanted him to. I wanted to fight him. I pushed him back toward the window. Our bodies slammed against it. The window broke, and we were falling to the ground. Logan's POV. My throat hurt from screaming. My body hurt from trying to break this shield around her. I was so fucking terrified. "Emma." Andrew screamed again as he slammed his body against the glowing wall around her. "Lower it down," I shouted at her. The fear almost made me throw up. She didn't shield herself from him. She shielded herself from us. There was no magic wall between her and him. He could get to her. We couldn't. I couldn't feel my heart. I couldn't feel my body. The only thing I felt was fear. "If you won't go willingly, I will take you forcefully," he said as he grabbed her and pulled her to himself. "No." "Emma!" I screamed, trying to break the shield again. I watched as she slammed her body against his. I watched as she pushed him through the window. I watched as the window broke and they both fell to the ground. My heart wasn't working. It wasn't fucking working. "No," Andrew screamed as he ran to the window. The shield disappeared along with her. I forced my body to move. I ran to the window and looked down. They were on the ground. The fucker was on top of her, trying to pin her hands down. I saw fucking red. I was going to kill him. I jumped through the window and landed close to them. A blast threw me back. My body slammed against the wall. Fuck. I looked at Emma. She wasn't on the ground anymore. She was standing up, facing the fucker. Her body was glowing. Electric sparks kept flying from her skin. "Get everyone out of here!" Emma screamed. The shield around Emma was back. I couldn't get to her. I couldn't help her. She didn't shield herself from him, though. Why? If she could shield herself from us, why didn't she shield herself from him? "Protect yourself from him, Emma," I screamed through the mind link. "Lower the shield between us and let me help you. Raise it in front of yourself." No. She mind-linked me back. Something is telling me that I have to do this. I have to fight him, Logan. If we just throw him out of the pack, he will come back with an army or rogues. My heart started beating painfully fast. "I need to do it," Emma continued. "This is my battle. This is my war. I need to do it alone." My stomach turned. If he heard her, someone ran toward me. It was Anna. "She doesn't know how to control it," she yelled. "She could hurt someone." I looked around and saw our warriors and pack members gathering around us. Andrew jumped down and started running toward the crowd, waving and screaming at them to move. "Leave!" I screamed an order to everyone through the mind link. "Now!" I kept my eyes on Emma. Emma. Anna ran back toward the crowd. From the corner of my eye, I could see everyone backing away. "Don't make me hurt you, Nathan," Emma yelled. "I will do it to protect my family and my pack." The fucker smirked. "You don't even know how to use your magic, Emma," he said. "I can take a few weak electric shocks." I clenched my fists. I wanted to punch the fucker. Andrew ran back toward me. "Lower the shield, Emma," Andrew screamed. "Let us help you." "She won't do it," I told him. "She said that this was her battle." Andrew looked at me, shocked. He slammed his fists against the glowing wall between us and her. "Lower it, Emma," he screamed again. She ignored him completely. My entire focus was on her. I watched every move she made. I was terrified that he was going to hurt her or take her away. The fucker smirked and ran at her. My heart stopped. Nathan grabbed her and threw her on the floor. I saw fucking red. Emma grabbed his arms and squeezed. Sparks started flying around them. Nathan screamed, letting her go and falling to his side. Emma jumped back up and looked down at him. He lifted his hand to grab her foot, but she was faster. She moved away from him again. I watched as she raised her hand and spread her palm. Sparks flew from her skin, but they didn't reach Nathan. I was afraid of this. She still didn't know how to control it. Her anger didn't allow her to think rationally. Her anger didn't allow her to control her magic. She clenched her fists and tried again. Those few seconds it took her to try again were enough for Nathan to stand back up and approach her. So, he tried to punch her, but she ducked and slammed her body against his. He didn't fall down this time. He grabbed her, picked her up, and threw her over his shoulder. He tightened his arms around her, trying to stop her from moving. He was going to take her away. "Emma!" Andrew and I screamed at the same time. She needed to lower the shield. I watched as she slammed her elbow into his ribs, making him bend down and drop her. She fell to the floor, turned around, and kicked the back of his legs. He fell to his knees and tried to grab her again. "You little bitch!" Nathan screamed at her. I could see that she was focused on her magic. I could see that she tried to control it and use it. Nathan grabbed her neck and pinned her to the ground. Emma grabbed his hand, and I saw her magic flying out. Nathan flinched, but he didn't let go. "I told you that I could handle a weak little hit," he mumbled, panting hard. Anger flashed in Emma's eyes, and she lifted her foot, trying to kick him. He avoided the hit, grabbed her leg and pinned it down. I saw his hand tightening around her neck. My heart was going to jump out of my chest. I heard Andrew screaming, but I didn't hear what he was saying. I couldn't move. "I should have killed that pathetic little bitch while I had the chance," Nathan mumbled. "I should have killed everyone here and taken you with me." Emma growled. Something I've never seen before flashed in her eyes. Her body started glowing. Nathan's grip on her neck loosened. She screamed. A white light erupted from her body, blinding me and throwing me back. My back hit the ground. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't hear anything. For a few seconds, I was completely unaware of everything going on around me. Then my hearing came back. My ears started ringing. I shut my eyes tightly before opening them. Everything around me was a blur. Where was Emma? What happened to Emma? I forced myself to stand up. I looked around. The force of her magic threw us far away from her. Everything on the other side of her shield was burned to the ground. Her shield was now gone. I saw her lying on the field. The fucker was on top of her. She wasn't moving. He wasn't moving. Why wasn't she moving? I forced my legs to move. I needed to get to her. Emma's POV. I gasped and opened my eyes. I was lying on the ground, surrounded by the soft grass. It was tickling and caressing my skin. I could hear the stream nearby. I could smell the flowers around me. I could feel the warm sun on my skin. Where was I? There was no stream near the pack house. There were no flowers on the field behind it. There was no sun today. I furrowed my eyebrows and sat up. I gasped. I knew this field. I've been here before. I've been here when Samuel kidnapped me and when I dreamed about Logan. It was the same field. I was sure of it. I would never forget it. I was wearing the same yellow sundress I wore the first time I was here. Everything was exactly the same. I heard a groan to my right, and I flinched. It was Nathan. He wasn't here with me the first time. Why was he here? Where was Logan? I wanted to see Logan. I jumped up and backed away from him. I tried to find my magic, but I couldn't feel it. Nathan looked around until his eyes landed on me. His eyes widened. "Where are we?" he mumbled, keeping his eyes on me. Something was different. My body didn't react to his gaze. My body didn't react to his voice. I could smell him, but his scent didn't create tingles in my stomach. Something was very different. "Where are we, Emma?" He repeated the question and stood up. I stepped away from him. He furrowed his eyebrows and looked me up and down. I saw him take a deep breath. His eyes widened. Did he notice the difference too? "I am not going to hurt you," he mumbled quietly, his voice laced with guilt and pain. I heard footsteps behind me and I turned around abruptly. Was that Logan? Oh, goddess, please let it be Logan. "I'm not Logan, but you will see him soon," a woman said softly. She was beautiful. Her hair was almost white. It was flowing down her back in soft waves. Her eyes were blue and glowing. She had soft features. Her skin looked soft, and I wanted to touch it. "Thank you, Emma," she said. I think that you are beautiful too. My eyes widened. Was she reading my mind? She chuckled and nodded. Yes, Emma, she said. I am reading your mind. I froze. How was that possible? Was she? She looked behind me and smiled. Yes, Nathan, I am the moon goddess, she said, making my eyes widen. What? How the hell was that possible? Were we really talking to the moon goddess right now? It was a dream. It had to be a dream. Wait. What if it wasn't a dream? What if we were dead? Were we dead? Did I kill us both with my magic? Oh, goddess. Logan, you are not dead, Emma, she said, looking back at me. You were here before, don't you remember? I furrowed my eyebrows. That was real? That wasn't a dream? It was real, Emma, the moon goddess said. You and Logan were here. You met here in your dreams. This was getting creepy. I needed to speak. I couldn't let her just respond to my thoughts. What are we doing here? I asked. The moon goddess looked at Nathan and took a deep breath. Come closer, she told him. I flinched and took a step back. Why was she calling him closer? Didn't she know what he wanted to do? He is not going to hurt you, Emma, the moon goddess said softly. I looked at Nathan. There was a mixture of emotions written all over his face. I recognized shock, fear, sadness, and regret. Nathan came to stand next to me. He kept his eyes on the moon goddess. I am sorry, Nathan, she said softly. You didn't deserve this. You didn't deserve this curse. My heart raced. I was right. Logan was my goddess-given mate. Curse, Nathan mumbled. I was really her cursed mate? The moon goddess nodded. The bond between you two is gone, she said. Can't you feel it? Nathan looked at me and nodded. Your true mate is waiting for you back at your pack, the moon goddess said, making Nathan look back at her. You are still giving me my mate? Nathan mumbled. After everything that I did? You are my child, Nathan, the moon goddess said softly. You were one of the victims of an ancient curse. I am angry, but I forgive you. You deserve a second chance, but I am not the one who can give it to you. The moon goddess looked at me. Nathan sighed and looked down at the ground. I don't think I will get a second chance, Nathan mumbled. I've done horrible things. They won't let me go. My heart clenched painfully. He did some terrible things. But was it really his fault? He was cursed by dark magic. That had to change who he really was. I glanced at the moon goddess and she gave me a small nod. He never listened to his wolf, the moon goddess said, making Nathan look back up at her. Noel's soul wasn't darkened by the curse. Nathan furrowed his eyebrows. Oh, I looked at him and took a deep breath. I will talk to them, I said, making him look at me. I will try to explain it to them. I will try to get you back home to your mate. Nathan's eyes widened in shock. But You screwed up, I interrupted him. I am giving you a second chance. I don't want your wolf and your goddess-given mate to get hurt. Nathan was staring at me with a shocked expression on his face. I can't speak for Andrew, I said, shaking my head. You threatened his mate. I won't promise you that Andrew will let you go, but I promise you that I will try to talk to him. Nathan sobbed and fell to his knees. He placed his head in his hands and pulled on his hair. I am so sorry, he mumbled. I am so fucking sorry. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes for a second. He did a terrible thing. He deserved to be punished for it. But my heart kept screaming at me that it wasn't really his fault. If he wasn't cursed, he would have never done it. "Don't screw up again," I said. "Don't anger me again. Now we both know that I can fry your ass." Nathan looked up at me and nodded. "And please, for the love of Goddess, stop listening to your father," I said. "I am sure that you are capable of leading your pack without him." Nathan nodded again and stood back up. "He's been fueling the darkness inside me since I was a child," Nathan mumbled. "But I can't blame him for everything. I screwed up on my own a bunch of times." I nodded and took a deep breath. "You should probably listen to Noel more," I said. "Eliza said that he is a really good wolf." Nathan smiled and nodded. "He is. He is going to be pissed at me. I've been shutting him down for days." I sighed and looked toward the moon goddess. She wasn't here anymore. I furrowed my eyebrows and looked around. "Where is she?" Nathan mumbled. I shrugged and looked back at him. "How do we go back?" he asked, looking around the field. I didn't know that either. At least not until I felt a push that made me gasp. I opened my eyes and saw my beautiful mate's face above me. Logan's POV. I pushed the fucker's body off her. "Emma," I screamed as I grabbed her face. She was so cold. She wasn't breathing. Why wasn't she breathing? Andrew threw himself next to me, grabbing her hand and pulling her closer to him. "Emma," Andrew screamed. "Wake up." My heart was going to break through my rib cage. Leon was screaming something, but I couldn't even understand what. I could only look at her face. I could only think about the fact that she wasn't breathing. "Her heart isn't beating," Andrew screamed. She wasn't dead. She couldn't have been dead. I would have felt it. I would have felt her die. "She isn't dead." I finally heard Leon's screams. "She isn't dead, Logan. I can feel her. I can feel Eliza." "She isn't dead," I mumbled as I leaned my forehead against hers. "What?" Andrew screamed as he tried to pull me away from her. "We need to save her, Logan." "She isn't dead," I repeated. "Move," Andrew screamed at me. "Let me resuscitate her." "She isn't fucking dead," I screamed back at him as I moved, lifted my head, and looked at him. Gee. Andrew looked like he was going to explode any second now. "She isn't breathing," he screamed. "Her heart isn't beating." "She isn't dead," I said calmly as I looked back down at her. "You aren't dead, my love. Come back to me." I kissed her cheek softly. She wasn't dead. Leon said so. I felt it. She was alive. "Logan!" Andrew screamed as he grabbed my upper arm. I looked at him and saw him pointing at her neck. My mark was slowly disappearing. "What?" "No." My hand flew to my neck. Her mark was gone too. I couldn't feel it anymore. "No. No, 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 no." Why? Was I her cursed mate? Is that why it disappeared? I heard people behind us, but I couldn't turn around to see who it was. I couldn't move my eyes from her neck. The mark was completely gone. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. I heard voices behind me, but I couldn't focus to hear what they were saying. My mark was gone. It was completely gone. I couldn't feel my heart anymore. I couldn't feel my body anymore. The mark was gone. She wasn't breathing. Her heart wasn't beating. That's when I noticed that I couldn't feel the tingles and the sparks anymore. I've been holding her for a few minutes now, and I couldn't feel them at all. Was Andrew right? Was she really dead? Oh, goddess, no. Please, no. If she died, I wanted to follow her. I wanted to die too. There was no life for me without her. I had no purpose without her. Emma. I mumbled her name. My heart was just about to stop beating as well when her eyes flew open and she gasped for air. I was so shocked that I almost dropped her. Everything rushed back at once. Her skin heated up abruptly. Tingles and sparks came back so strongly that I could swear I was shocked by electricity. Emma, I screamed as I cupped her cheeks and made her look at me. Andrew cursed loudly and turned toward the fucker. Emma was a little confused and out of breath. She shut her eyes and opened them again, looking toward Andrew and Nathan. I could hear Andrew screaming, but I didn't know what or at whom. I didn't give a shit right now. I needed to be sure that Emma was okay. Emma, baby, look at me, I said. She listened to me and gave me a small smile. I told you that you were my goddess-given mate, she mumbled, placing her hands over mine. I furrowed my eyebrows. How did she know? How could she be sure? I glanced at her neck. Everything came back, but my mark didn't. There was a stabbing feeling in my chest. Why did my mark disappear? Why didn't it come back when everything else did? Take him to the fucking cell, I heard Andrew's angry voice. Make sure it's the same one where Sienna and Samuel died. I ignored everything that was going on behind me. I pressed my lips against Emma's and took a deep breath. Her scent soothed my soul and calmed my racing heart. Someone kneeled next to us. "Hi, Em," Andrew said softly. I moved my hands, allowing him to hug her. "Oh, goddess, I was so scared," Andrew mumbled. "I thought that I lost you." Emma wrapped her arms around him. "Is Daisy okay?" she asked. "Is your pup okay?" "They are," Andrew told her as he let her go and looked at her. "They are perfectly fine, thanks to you." Emma smiled tiredly. She looked at me, and her smile grew bigger. "I broke it, Logan," she mumbled, closing her eyes for a second. I furrowed my eyebrows. "What did you break?" I asked as I caressed her cheek. "The curse," Emma said, smiling. "He isn't my mate anymore." My heart stopped. "What?" Andrew looked up at me. He was as confused as me. "I always knew that you were the one," she said quietly. "What do you mean, Emma?" I asked her. "How did you break the curse?" She shrugged and closed her eyes. "Magic, I guess," she mumbled. "We were with the moon goddess. She forgave him. She told him that he didn't deserve to be cursed." She wasn't making any sense. I pulled her from Andrew and took her into my arms. I picked her up and pressed her close to me. "She is exhausted," Andrew said quietly. "She needs to sleep. She isn't making any sense." "Yes, I am," Emma mumbled, leaning her head on my shoulder. "I am taking her home," I said. "Please take care of everyone. Tell them what happened." I glanced at the crowd. I saw my mom, Jacob, Anna, and Amy staring at Emma in my arms. My mom and Amy were crying. Jacob was pissed as fuck. Anna looked worried. "I will come see her when I am done," Andrew said as he kissed the top of her head. I nodded and started walking away. I ignored everyone who started screaming at me to let them see Emma. Andrew was going to take care of them. "You are safe now, my love," I said as I kissed her forehead. Let's go home. Emma's POV. I felt a hand on my forehead. I felt someone press their lips against my cheek. Tingles spread around my body, and I knew that it was Logan. I smiled and turned my head toward him. Emma? He called my name. I opened my eyes slowly and saw his worried face. Why was he worried? Everything was okay. Everything was more than okay, actually. Everything was perfect. Hey, I mumbled as I lifted my hand and caressed his cheek. Why do you look worried? You've been asleep for a while, he said as he took my hand and kissed it. I was a little bit worried. I am okay, I said, smiling at him. I am just a little bit tired. Logan nodded. Anna said that you've used too much magic for a beginner. I smiled and tried to sit up. Logan helped me. Does something hurt? Logan asked me worriedly. Are you in pain? I shook my head and smiled. I am okay, I said. Just a little sore. My eyes fell on his neck, and my heart stopped beating. Where was my mark? Was it gone because I broke the curse? Logan noticed me staring at his neck. My mark on your neck is gone too, he mumbled, his voice breaking. I don't know what happened. It had to be because I broke the curse. I knew that was probably the reason, but seeing his neck without my mark hurt like hell. I lifted my hand and touched the spot where my mark used to be. I do, I mumbled. You will have to mark me again. I will have to mark you again. Logan sighed. We still haven't found proof. I furrowed my eyebrows. What the hell was he talking about? I told him what happened. I told him that I had broken the curse. Did I dream that? I broke the curse, Logan, I said, making him look at me. He isn't my mate anymore. Didn't I tell you that already? His eyes widened. He studied my face for a few seconds. How is that possible? He mumbled. I'm not sure, but it's gone, I said. Nathan and I talked to the moon goddess. She told me that he was my cursed mate. She told him that his goddess-given mate was waiting for him in his pack. Logan's eyes widened even more. I thought that you were confused and tired when you said that, he mumbled, staring at me in complete shock. I shook my head and smiled. I wasn't confused, I said. It really happened. I saw her on the same field where I saw you in that dream when Samuel kidnapped me. Logan's eyes widened to the point where I thought they would fall out. That wasn't a dream, I said as I lifted my hand and caressed his cheek. We really did see each other there. Logan was speechless, and that was a rare occurrence. He usually had a lot to say. Nathan was there too? He mumbled after a few moments of silence. I took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, I said. The moon goddess told him that he didn't deserve to be cursed. She apologized to him. She said that his soul was darkened by the curse. I remembered what the moon goddess said about Noel. My heart hurt for him, but I hoped that Nathan would know better now. I told you that his wolf was good, Eliza said. You did, I chuckled. The moon goddess apologized to him? Logan asked angrily. Does she know what he tried to do? She does, I nodded. She forgave him. Maybe we should, too. Logan clenched his fists. Where is he? I asked. In the cellar, Logan answered. Andrew couldn't kill him because we thought that he was still tied to you. Shit, I needed to talk to him. Is Andrew here? I asked as I started to get up. Yes, Logan answered, taking my hand and pulling me up. "What are you going to do?" "Talk to him," I said as I started walking toward the door. Logan sighed and followed behind me. I heard voices as I approached the living room. "Emma," Andrew exclaimed even before he saw me. I walked into the living room, and Andrew picked me up and hugged me tightly. "Oh, my little girl," Andrew said, sighing in relief. I was so scared. I hugged my brother back and looked at Daisy. She was smiling brightly. She looked okay. Andrew let me go, and I rushed to her. I pulled her into my arms and took a deep breath. "I am so sorry, Daisy," I said. She let go of me and furrowed her eyebrows. "Then, what are you talking about?" she asked. "You saved me. You have nothing to be sorry about." I looked down at her belly and smiled. "How is my little guy?" I asked as I placed my arm on the side of her belly. "Back to jumping on Mom's bladder like nothing bad ever happened." Daisy smiled brightly. I chuckled and looked at the rest of my friends in the room. Aunt Gloria was the first one to reach out to me. "Hi, honey," she said softly as she wrapped me up in a tight hug. "You were so brave. I am so proud of you." I hugged her back and smiled. "Thank you." Amy pulled me away from Aunt Gloria and hugged me tightly. "Don't ever do that to me again," she exclaimed. "I almost dropped dead after I saw you lying there motionless." I heard a quiet growl and looked at Drake. I chuckled and smiled at him. "But your magic is so cool," Amy said, grinning at me. "She just needs to learn how to use it without sleeping for 2 days afterward," I heard Jake's voice. I looked at him wide-eyed. "I slept for 2 days?" I mumbled, shocked. Jake chuckled and nodded. "We were kind of worried, but Anna said it's normal." "You used too much magic for someone who just got it," Logan said as he pulled me to his chest. "Your body couldn't handle it." He already told me that earlier. He didn't tell me that I was asleep for 2 days, though. I looked around the room. "Where is Anna?" "At the pack house," Logan said. "She took the books there. She is trying to figure out what exactly happened that allowed you to unlock the magic within you." I knew what had happened. "He tried to hurt my family," I said. "I couldn't let him do that." "He will never hurt anyone again," Andrew growled. "We will find the way to break the curse and kill the fucker." I gulped and looked at my brother. "I broke the curse," I said. "He is not my mate anymore." Logan's POV. Everybody was staring at Emma with shocked expressions on their faces. "What?" Andrew spoke first. "How?" "What she had told us at the field was true," I told him. Andrew looked at me and his eyes widened. "Can someone explain to us what happened?" Daisy sighed. Emma walked to the couch and sat down. I could tell that she was still tired. "After that last blast of my magic, Nathan and I woke up in a field somewhere," Emma started explaining. "I noticed that something was different immediately. His voice and his scent weren't as pleasant as they used to be." I gritted my teeth. Emma looked up at me, and I saw a guilty expression on her face. "It's okay, my love," I said softly. "At first I thought that we were alone," Emma continued. "But then a woman joined us." "A woman?" Amy asked, furrowing her eyebrows. Emma took a deep breath and looked at Amy. "The moon goddess," Emma said, making everyone gasp quietly. The room was silent for a few moments. Emma, you were unconscious, Drake told her softly. You probably imagined it. Emma shook her head immediately. I didn't, she said. It wasn't the first time I was on that field. Everyone kept staring at her with confused expressions on their faces. When Samuel kidnapped Emma, I had a dream where she said goodbye to me, I said as I looked at Andrew and Drake. Do you remember that? I hated that memory. I really thought that I had lost her. Pain flashed in Andrew's eyes. He didn't like to remember it either. I do, Andrew mumbled. Drake nodded. It wasn't a dream, I said. I did see her. I really talked to her that time. We were on the same field where she was with Nathan. I couldn't believe that Emma and I never talked about it. We both thought it was a dream, and we never mentioned it to each other. Did you see the moon goddess when you were there too? My mom asked. No, I said, looking at her. Not that time. What did she tell you? Daisy asked Emma quietly. Emma glanced up at me. I gave her a small nod. They deserved to know. We had to decide what to do with him together. I really wanted to kill the fucker. He tried to hurt Daisy and my nephew. He tried to take my mate away from me. But he was an alpha, and that could create more problems than it would solve. She told me that Logan is my goddess-given mate, Emma said, making my heart skip a beat. She told Nathan that he was my cursed mate. How did the fucker take it? Andrew asked angrily. Emma looked at him and gulped. Calmly, she said. Once the curse was lifted, he wasn't as angry as he was before. Andrew furrowed his eyebrows. What did the moon goddess tell him? He asked her. Emma took a deep breath, keeping her eyes on her brother. She told him that he was her child, Emma said quietly. She told him that she was angry at him, but that she forgave him. She told him that he was one of the victims of the curse and that he didn't deserve to be. Andrew's eyes widened. He was more shocked than angry. She forgave him? Drake asked, shocked. Emma nodded, not looking away from Andrew. Andrew clenched his fists. I watched as his shock turned into anger. I waited for him to explode. You are the victim, not him, Andrew said coldly. Daisy is the victim, not him. Emma took a deep breath and released it slowly. I know you want to kill him, Andrew, but... Emma spoke, but Andrew interrupted her. But? He said, shocked. There is no but, Emma. He tried to kill my mate and my child. He tried to take you away. Emma glanced at me. Can you help me? She asked me through the mind link. I wasn't sure if I could. I was with Andrew on this. I really wanted to kill him. However, despite what Andrew had said, there were a few buts to consider. I really want to kill him, I spoke, making Andrew look at me. I really want to keep him in our cellar and torture him. I really want to stick my claws up his ass and watch him die. I stopped talking. Andrew narrowed his eyes slightly. But? My mom asked. But I'm not sure that's the best idea, I sighed, making Andrew growl. Are you kidding me? Andrew exclaimed. I looked at him and took a deep breath. Think like a beta, Andrew, I said. I know it's hard. Right now you are thinking like a mate, a father, and a brother, but try to step away from it for a second. Andrew narrowed his eyes at me. He is an alpha, I said. What would happen if we killed him? Andrew clenched his fists and tightened his jaw. He remained silent. He knew what would happen. His crazy father would come with an army of rogues and start a war, Daisy answered for Andrew. I looked at her and nodded. Not to mention that all of their allies would join his father, I said, looking back at Andrew. Killing him would only create more problems. So we are just supposed to let him go? Andrew asked. After everything he had done? Well, Andrew and I already had a little fun with him. Nobody needed to know that, though. He isn't walking away unharmed, I said to him through MindLink. Andrew sighed and looked back at Emma. You want to let him go? He asked her. She nodded. The moon goddess said that he has a mate waiting for him in his pack, Emma said. She said that his wolf was never darkened by the curse. I think that letting him go would be best. Emma sighed and looked around the room. I told him to stop listening to his father, Emma added. I told him that he should listen to his wolf more. Eliza told me that Noel was good. She knew that there wasn't darkness inside him. Emma looked at me, and I gave her a small smile. I also told him that I would fry his ass if he angered me again, Emma said, making my eyes widen. My mom laughed. Drake and Amy snorted. You could definitely do that now, Jacob said, chuckling. I shook my head and smiled at her. She really was a badass. Emma looked at Daisy. Are you okay with letting him go? Emma asked her. I am, Daisy said without hesitation. I agree with Logan. I don't want to go to war over this. Emma nodded and looked at Andrew. I saw guilt in her eyes again. Andrew sighed and approached her. He pulled her into a hug and kissed the top of her head. I am proud of you, he said quietly. You are an amazing woman. Emma smiled and hugged him back. If he ever comes near our pack again, we are ripping him apart limb by limb. Andrew mind-linked me. Deal, I answered. Emma's POV. I will come see you first thing in the morning, Andrew said as he stepped outside, pulling Daisy behind him. He and Daisy were the last ones who stayed. Everybody else had already left. Andrew didn't want to leave me. I barely managed to convince him to go home and rest. I am okay, Andrew, I said with a small smile on my face. Great, Andrew said. I will come first thing in the morning and see for myself. He said that using the voice I knew very well. It meant that it didn't make sense to argue with him over this. He raised an eyebrow at me, and I chuckled. I will see you in the morning, I said. Hopefully with a new mark on your neck, Daisy said, winking at me. Oh, goddess, my ears are going to bleed, Andrew mumbled, pulling Daisy away. Good night, Emma. Good night, I said, chuckling and shaking my head. Daisy was grinning from ear to ear. I closed the front door and chuckled. I heard footsteps approaching me, and my mate wrapped his arms around my waist. Did I hear someone mention a new mark? He mumbled as he placed a small kiss on my neck. I shivered and pressed myself closer to him. You did, I said with a small smile on my face. Logan turned me around and pressed his lips against mine. I shivered and moaned quietly. Maybe you should eat something first, my love, Logan said quietly as he stopped kissing me. The only thing you got in the last 2 days was an IV. I chuckled and wrapped my arms around his neck. I think that the food can wait, I said. I would really, really love it if you would mark me again. I kinda miss having your mark on my neck. I miss seeing my mark on yours. Logan smiled and placed a small kiss on my lips. How can I say no when you ask so politely? He mumbled as he picked me up. I wrapped my legs around his waist and cupped his face. I pressed my lips against his and he started walking toward our bedroom. My skin tingled and my body buzzed with need. Logan opened our bedroom door and approached the bed. We never stopped kissing. I didn't want to. I needed him way too much to even consider moving my lips from his. Everything that happened made me realize how easy it would be to lose him. It made me realize how much it would hurt to lose him. It made me realize how precious our love for each other was. I would never let anyone take it away from me. I would never let anyone threaten our love again. I had my magic now, and I would protect my mate. I would protect our love always and forever. Logan laid me down on the bed gently. "Goddess, how much I missed you," he said quietly as he started placing soft kisses on my neck. I reached under his shirt and ran my hand up and down his back. He shivered and sucked on the place on my neck where he would soon mark me again. "Are you sure, Emma?" Logan mumbled quietly. I furrowed my eyebrows. "Of course I am sure, Logan," I said. "I want you. You are my mate." Why would he ask me that? Logan raised his head and looked at me. He smiled and caressed my cheek. "I know that," he said. "I am asking if you are sure that he was the cursed mate." Logan looked at my neck. "If I mark you and you die," he mumbled, his voice breaking. I cupped his cheeks and made him look at me. "I am sure, Logan," I said softly. "You are my goddess-given mate. You can mark me." Logan took a deep breath and leaned in to kiss me. Ah. His tongue entered my mouth, and his taste made me purr. Logan smiled and pulled my shirt over my head. "Does this mean that you can get pregnant now?" Logan asked as he started kissing my neck again. I smiled and nodded. He looked up at me. "Do you want to get pregnant?" "I do," I said as I lifted my hand and caressed his cheek. "I want everything with you." The smile that spread across his face made my heart skip a beat. "Oh, we are going to have so much fun making that happen," Logan said as he removed my bra. I laughed. I couldn't wait for that. I reached out, grabbed the hem of his shirt, and pulled it up. Logan helped me remove his shirt. I ran my hands up and down his muscular arms. I would never stop being impressed with his body. Logan clenched his muscles and winked at me, making me laugh again. He leaned back to kiss me again as he started to remove my sweats. I reached out to remove his, but he beat me to it. He laid on top of me, and I could feel his hardness between my legs. I moaned and wiggled. I needed him inside me. "Someone is a little impatient," Logan chuckled as he kissed my jaw. "I need you," I mumbled. "Please." He looked up at me, and the lust I saw in his eyes made the need inside me explode. "No." He reached between us and ran a finger between my folds. "Fuck," he mumbled, looking down. "You are so ready for me, aren't you?" I was ready the moment he wrapped his arms around my waist by the front door. I felt his tip at my entrance, and I gasped quietly. He started pushing in slowly. Oh, goddess. He lifted my right leg and wrapped it around his waist. "Fuck," he mumbled, looking back up at me. He captured my lips with his and kissed me hard. "Mark me, please," I mumbled. I couldn't wait anymore. I didn't want to wait. I needed him. I needed to be bonded to him again in every way possible. Logan started kissing my jaw and my neck. His lips reached the place where he would put his mark. He sucked on it gently, making me arch my back and moan. He never stopped thrusting in and out of me. I felt his canines and shivered. "Mine," he said as he finally placed his mark back where it belonged. I saw stars. My muscles clenched. My body shivered. This feeling was 10 times stronger than the first time he marked me. I couldn't breathe. Waves and waves of pleasure washed over me. I felt my own canines elongate. My need to mark him overwhelmed me. I lifted my head and sank my canines into his neck. Pleasure exploded inside of me. Everything around me was Logan. I could only feel him. I could only hear him. I never wanted this feeling to stop. I was finally completely his. Just like it was always meant to be. Andrew's POV. I was walking toward the fucker's cell. I really didn't want to do this. I wanted to keep him here. I wanted to torture him. I wanted to kill him with my own 2 hands. He tried to take my mate and my child from me. I watched him grab her. I watched as he placed his claws on her. I listened to his threats. I watched as he attacked my sister. I was helpless while he was squeezing her neck. How the fuck was I supposed to forgive him for that? I couldn't. I stopped in the middle of the hallway and took a deep breath. "Are you okay?" Logan asked me. "No," I said, looking at him. "How the fuck are we supposed to open those doors and let him out?" Logan looked toward his cell and sighed. "I don't know," he mumbled. "I want to keep him here and kill him." I wanted that too. I didn't give a shit about the fact that the goddess forgave him. I didn't give a shit that he was cursed. He did those things knowingly. He did them on his own free will. "I'm thinking about our future, Andrew," Logan mumbled. "Your son will be born any day now. I hope to have children soon. We don't need to go to war with his crazy father." I sighed and ran my fingers through my hair. Logan was right. "I wish he wasn't an alpha," I mumbled. "I wish we could kill him and be done with him." Logan nodded and clenched his fists. "Me too," he mumbled, narrowing his eyes. He walked past me and approached the fucker's cell. He opened the door and we walked inside. Nathan was tied to a chair. His head was hanging low. There was blood flowing down his face and body. Logan and I had our fun with him yesterday. So, Alpha Nathan. Logan growled, making the fucker lift his head. One of his eyes was swollen shut. The other was black and blue. It was a little gift from me. He remained silent, keeping his one good eye on Logan. "We are not here to torture you," Logan said. "We are here to talk to you." The fucker glanced at me and I had to force myself not to punch him again. "Emma told us what the moon goddess did," Logan continued, making the fucker look back at him. "She told us that she forgave you." The fucker gave him a small nod. I didn't deserve her forgiveness," he mumbled quietly. A little bit of blood dropped out of his mouth. "You didn't," Logan agreed. "I don't know why she did it. I don't know why she didn't punish you. I don't know why she didn't just kill you." The fucker gulped and nodded. "I wonder the same thing." Logan sighed. "It's not our job to question her decisions, but we do get to make our own." The fucker looked at me. "You are going to kill me?" he asked. "Do it. I deserve it." Maybe letting him live with the guilt wasn't such a terrible idea. "We aren't going to kill you," I said, making his good eye widen a little. Trust me, I want to kill you. I want to rip you apart, limb by limb. I want to watch you die in the same room I watched everyone else who hurt my sister die. I narrowed my eyes at him. The anger overwhelmed me. But we are not going to do that, Logan added. We are going to let you go. The fucker lifted his head a little bit higher. He looked from me to Logan. Why? He asked. I did terrible things. I don't deserve it. You don't, I agreed. But this isn't about what you deserve. This is about what we deserve. The fucker looked at me with a confused expression on his face. We deserve peace after everything you put us through, Logan spoke. You are an alpha. If we kill you, we will have to deal with your crazy father. Neither Andrew nor I want that. If letting you go will bring us peace, I will do it, I added. I deserve it. We deserve it. The fucker remained silent. He gulped and looked down at his lap. I know this won't mean much, but I really am sorry for everything I did, he mumbled. Now that all of that anger isn't inside me anymore, I can't believe that I did those things. I will spend my life making up for it. I don't care, I said. As long as I never see you again, I will be at peace. The fucker looked up at me and nodded. Speaking of never seeing you again, there are some conditions to your release, Logan said. The fucker looked at him. You will never come near my pack again, Logan said. If I find out that you or any of your warriors came close, I will crush you and your father. I understand, the fucker mumbled. There is more, Logan said, making the fucker nod. Logan took a step closer to him. You will cut ties with rogues, Logan said. If I find out that you're working with them, I won't need Emma's magic to destroy you. The fucker nodded. I will cut ties with my father as well, he mumbled as a little bit of blood dropped from his mouth again. Emma told me that I should listen to my wolf more. She was right. Logan looked at me and motioned toward the door. We were done here. Our warriors will take you to the border, Logan said. Goodbye, Alpha Nathan. Don't cross paths with us again. He looked up at Logan and me and nodded. I tightened my jaw and left his cell. Logan closed the door behind us. It was the best decision for our future, Logan said as he placed a hand on my shoulder. I know, I mumbled. If we see him again, we will kill him. Yes, Logan nodded. We gave him a chance. We won't give him another one. I nodded and took a deep breath. I didn't have to forgive him for what he had done. I would never forgive him for what he had done. But I decided to choose peace over revenge because it was better for my family. I followed Logan out of the cellar. I couldn't wait to see my mate and my child. 3 months later. Logan's POV. I leaned on the doorframe and looked at my mate. I smiled. She was fucking perfect. Everything about her was perfect. Everything about her was made for me, and I wanted to cherish it until the day I stopped breathing. She was looking through her closet for a shirt to put on. My eyes fell on her bump. My heart raced. In just 3.5 months, I was going to be a dad. I was finally going to have it all with the love of my life. When we found out that she was pregnant, I thought I would explode with happiness. After that feeling subsided, I thought that panic would kill me. I started thinking that I wouldn't be a good dad. I started thinking that I wouldn't be able to take good care of our child. When we found out that Emma was carrying twins, I almost passed out. I was panicking about having one child. Finding out that I was going to get two almost gave me a heart attack. Thankfully, I had a much wiser mate who told me to get my head out of my ass because I would be a great father. I believed her. She was convincing. After that, all I felt was happiness and excitement. I couldn't wait to hold my children in my arms. "Is everybody here?" Emma asked and looked at me. I smiled and approached her. I hugged her from behind and placed my hand on her bump. "Yes," I said as I kissed her shoulder, "but I don't want to share you with them." Emma chuckled and placed her hand over mine. "We have to tell them," she said. "I'm running out of loose shirts to wear." We decided to wait a little to tell our families that she was pregnant. We just wanted to make sure that everything was going okay with the pregnancy until we told them. And I wanted to enjoy the peace and quiet before my mom found out. She was all over Daisy when she found out that she was pregnant. I could only imagine what she would do now. "I can buy you more," I mumbled. Emma laughed and turned around in my arms. She wrapped her hands around my neck and placed a small kiss on my lips. "We need to tell them," Emma said. "We need to tell the pack soon as well." I sighed and nodded, making Emma smile at me. I tightened my arms around her and kissed her again. I was holding my whole world in my arms. She and our children were everything I needed. Emma stopped kissing me and smiled again. "Come on," she said as she unwrapped her hands from my neck. "Let's go. I want to see Mason." Daisy gave birth 2 months ago, and we all adored Mason. He was the cutest baby I've ever seen. Well, he would be the cutest baby until my children were born. Emma pulled me toward the living room. I could hear our friends and family talk and laugh. "Where's my buddy?" Emma asked as soon as she walked into the living room. Yimt. Andrew was holding his son and talking with Drake. Daisy, my mom, and Amy were sitting on the couch and talking. Drake and Amy came from their pack to visit us and see Mason. They were preparing a Luna ceremony and talking about a wedding. I was really happy for them. All of them looked at us when we walked in. Emma walked straight to her brother. She took Mason from him and kissed his forehead. "Hi, buddy," she said softly. "I missed you." "You saw him this morning," Andrew chuckled. "That was hours ago," Emma said, rolling her eyes. She sat down in the armchair, smiling at Mason. My heart skipped a beat. I couldn't wait to see her like that with our children. Speaking of our children, it was time to tell our family. I approached Emma and placed a hand on her shoulder. I smiled at Mason and took his little hand in mine. He grabbed my finger, and my smile grew. "We have something to tell you guys," I said, looking up at our family. They stopped talking and looked at us. Andrew raised an eyebrow at us. Daisy narrowed her eyes and smirked. She probably guessed it. "I am pregnant," Emma said, smiling brightly. The room was silent for a second, but then everyone moved at the same time. "Oh, goddess," my mom exclaimed as a huge smile spread across her face. "I knew it," Daisy yelled. "Finally," Amy and Drake said at the same time. Andrew remained silent, but there was a huge smile on his face. I could swear that I saw tears in his eyes as well. "Logan, take Mason so I can hug Emma," my mom said, wiping the tears from her cheeks. Emma chuckled and handed me my nephew. I took him from her and stood up, giving my family room to hug Emma. My mom pulled her up and wrapped her arms around her tightly. "Oh, I am so happy," my mom said. "You are going to be an amazing mom, Emma." "I hope so," Emma said. Oh, I know so, honey, my mom said as she let go of her. Daisy was next to pull her into a hug. Yo, I knew it, Daisy repeated. I can't wait to be an aunt. Emma laughed and hugged Daisy back. It's great, Emma said. You get to play with the kid and give him back to the parents at the end of the day. Daisy rolled her eyes, making Emma chuckle. I looked down at Mason and smiled. Despite all of the commotion, he was sleeping peacefully. I caressed his little cheek, making him stir a little. When I looked back up, Amy and Drake were next to Emma. I am so excited, Amy exclaimed. I can't wait to meet him or her. Emma looked at me and smirked. Well, she will get to meet them both. Would you like to meet both our daughter and our son? I asked, making all of them look at me. I could see confusion on their faces. I smirked and looked at Emma. We are having twins, I said, causing another eruption of happiness around the room. Andrew finally moved from the spot where he was standing. He approached Emma and hugged her tightly. I am so happy, my little girl, he said, his voice raspy. You are going to be a great mom. I can't wait to watch you raise your kids. I can't wait to be here for you every step of the way. Emma hugged him back and smiled brightly. Wait, how far along are you? Daisy asked. 2.5 months, Emma said, looking at Daisy. We wanted to make sure that everything was okay before we told you. Our family nodded in understanding. So, no more practicing magic with Anna? Andrew asked as he let her go. Emma shook her head. I am taking a little break. Our forests will be thankful for that, I snorted. We are running out of trees in the pack. I was teasing her, but she did burn down a few trees and a lot of grass while practicing. Emma rolled her eyes at me. Our family laughed. I gave Mason to my mom and reached out to her. She walked into my arms, and I hugged her tightly. I couldn't believe that I almost lost her. I couldn't believe that I almost let her go because I was an idiot. I was lucky that she forgave me. I was lucky that she gave me a second chance. I was a very lucky man, and I would never take that for granted again. I would never let myself make that kind of mistake again. I would never hurt her again. I would love her and our children until the day I took my last breath. Epilogue. Powerful and strong. 3 years later. Emma's POV. Auntie! Mason screamed as he ran into my arms. I smiled and picked him up. I sat him on my lap and kissed his temple. Hi, buddy, I said, smiling brightly. He was so big already. I couldn't believe that we were celebrating his 3rd birthday. I could have sworn that he was born like a week ago. Uncle Logan got me a truck, he said with his cute baby voice, showing me the truck we bought him as a gift. He has been obsessed with trucks and cars lately. Do you like it? I asked, looking down at the toy in his hands. I do, he said as he grinned widely. His teeth were covered in chocolate, making it look like some were missing. I chuckled and kissed his cheek. He jumped out of my arms and ran back toward his dad. Gah. I looked at my handsome mate, who was holding our son and talking to Drake. Mason ran up to Drake, who picked him up and smiled. I could hear Mason explaining to Drake that Logan bought him a truck. No, Andrew was holding my daughter and smiling at her. She laughed and threw her head back. Andrew tickled her belly. A smile spread across my face. I was so lucky to be a part of this family. I can't wait to see Drake holding our daughter like that, Amy said, making me look at her. Amy was pregnant with their first daughter. She was supposed to give birth any day now. I was so excited and happy for her. It's an amazing feeling, I said with a small smile. Amy was looking at Drake with a small smile on her face. She was so in love with him, and I loved seeing her like that. Did Jake say when he was coming back? I asked, making her look from Drake to me. In a few days, she said. I am so excited to meet Rose. Rose was Jake's mate. He met her when he went on a business trip to another pack. I was so happy for him. Rose seemed like a great girl, and he deserved to have someone like her in his life. Me too, I said excitedly. I couldn't be happier for him. Amy smiled. He said that he is bringing gifts for Alex and Sophie. I chuckled and shook my head. Again? My house already looks like a toy store. Amy chuckled and looked back at Drake. Goddess, is there a person alive on this planet who still hasn't heard that Logan bought Mason a truck? Daisy said as she put a plate of cookies on the table. I think Drake has heard the story 3 times already. I chuckled and shook my head. He is very excited. Daisy looked at her son and smiled. She sat down on the chair next to me and took a cookie from the plate. No. What did Anna say about Sophie? Daisy asked, looking at me. I sighed and ran my fingers through my hair. It's too soon to tell, I said. She is only 2.5 years old. We will have to wait and see. My kids were a mystery. The only white wolf that existed before me never had kids. We didn't know what kind of powers my kids would get or if they would even get any. A few days ago, I felt some traces of magic in my daughter. It was similar to mine, but a little bit different. I called Anna immediately, but she couldn't feel it. She said that it was possible that only I could feel it because I was her mom. She wasn't sure. Anna said that we would have to wait until Sophie was a little bit older to know if she really had magic. I tried not to worry, but it was hard. I didn't want her to go through what I went through. I didn't want people to come after her because of her powers. I couldn't feel traces of magic in my son. It was a relief. But they were both still too young to know anything for sure. Logan, Andrew, and Drake started walking back to the table. When should we start grilling? Andrew asked as he kissed Daisy. Sophie reached out to me and I took her from Andrew's arms. Hi, Mommy, my daughter said with her adorable voice. Hi, my baby, I said as I kissed the tip of her nose. She giggled and laid her head on my shoulder. Aunt Gloria should be here in half an hour, Daisy said. You can start then. I don't want the food to get cold. Logan sat down next to me. I looked at him and smiled. Alex reached out and took Sophie's hand in his. They had a wonderful bond, and I hoped it would always be like that. Auntie, my dad said that you are very powerful and strong, Mason mumbled, making me look at him. Can you make this truck bigger so I can get in and drive it around? All of us laughed. I would love to, buddy, but I'm not that powerful, I said, making Mason sigh. What can you do then? He asked me. Can you fight my dad? We laughed again. She is not that powerful either, bud, Andrew chuckled, making me look at him and roll my eyes. I could kick your butt any time, I told him quietly. No way, he said, showing me the muscles on his arm. I rolled my eyes again, making him laugh. I was powerful and strong, but it had nothing to do with my magic or my ability to fight. I was powerful and strong because I grew and became a better person than I was. I was powerful and strong because of the people around me. I was powerful and strong because of the love I received and all the love I gave. Alex, Sophie, come on, Mason said as he ran away from the table. My kids wiggled out of mine and Logan's arms and ran after Mason, giggling and shouting. Logan placed an arm around my shoulders and pulled me closer. I kissed him and smiled. He was my power and my strength. My kids were my power and my strength. Our friends and our family were my power and my strength. I love you, Logan said quietly. I smiled and caressed his cheek. I loved him too. I loved him unconditionally. I love you too, I said as I took a deep breath and let his scent overwhelm my senses. And see, this was my heaven, and I never wanted to leave. I would use my power and strength to defend it until my last breath. My eyes fell on my children who were playing with Mason. Both of them looked at me and smiled brightly. No, I saw a familiar spark in Sophie's eyes. My breath got caught in my throat. It had to be magic. Hi, Sophia, I mumbled as I leaned my forehead on hers. Hello, Alpha Hunter, she said softly, making me smile. You are beautiful, Angel, I said quietly. I can't believe what a precious gift the goddess has given me. Our parents, she spoke, but I interrupted her immediately. What happened with them isn't our concern, Sophia, I said. We can't let that stand in our mate bond. Sophia is an 18-year-old she-wolf who is hiding a big secret. She is a daughter of the White Wolf, but she didn't just inherit her mother's light magic. There is darkness inside of her, and she's been hiding it since she was a little girl. Emma and Logan spent years trying to find a way to get rid of the darkness inside their daughter, but they couldn't find the answers they were looking for. Sophia has been taught to use light magic only. She's found a way to deal with the darkness inside her. Everything changes after Sophia meets her mate. Her mate is the alpha of the Blood Moon Pack, but being bonded to him isn't as easy as Sophia hoped it would be. Her mate is Alpha Nathan's son, the same man who tried to take Sophia's mom away from her dad. What will happen when the mistakes made in the past get in the way of their mate bond? What will happen when someone from the past decides to use Sophia and her magic as a weapon for revenge? This is Book 3 of True Luna. Ni. Emma is known as True Luna and White Wolf. She found out that she is a pure white wolf after she shifted for the first time. She didn't know what it meant at the time, but other people knew about her powers and wanted to use her. One of those people was the Rogue King. Logan and Emma are Sophia and Alexander's parents. They are true mates, but Logan rejected Emma at first. He wanted to take his friend Sienna as his chosen mate. Sienna was jealous of Emma and tried to kill her. Logan regretted rejecting Emma and tried to win her back after saving her. Emma forgave him and they accepted each other. The Rogue King managed to kidnap Emma and tried to use her powers. Logan saved her again. They found out that there are other people after Emma. 4 years after the kidnapping, Emma and Logan found out the truth about the legend of the White Wolf. They found out that Emma has 2 mates, one who is goddess-given and one who is cursed. Her second mate, Alpha Nathan, comes to the pack and tries to prove that he is her goddess-given mate. He tries to hurt Daisy, Emma's sister-in-law, but Emma saves her. She fights Nathan and proves that he is her cursed mate. Instead of killing Nathan, they let him go to avoid a war. Other important characters are Andrew, Beta of the pack and Emma's older brother, Daisy, Andrew's mate, Drake, Logan and Andrew's friend, Amy, Drake's mate and Emma's friend, Jacob, Emma's friend and Amy's cousin, Rose, Jacob's mate, Mason, Andrew and Daisy's son. Prequel of Book 3, Meeting Our Mates. Andrew Daisy. Andrew Povey. I walked into Logan's office and sighed. I would never get used to the sight of him kissing my sister. Mwah. She was sitting on his lap with her arms wrapped around his neck. Logan heard my sigh and chuckled. It's been a year, Logan said. Get used to it. I sat down and frowned at him. I don't see that happening anytime soon. Emma chuckled and shook her head. When is Drake arriving? I asked, changing the subject. Logan glanced at his watch. In about an hour, he said, looking back at me. His sister is coming with him. I didn't know that he had a sister. That man never shared anything about himself. He was a great guy and friend, but we didn't know much about his private life. He has a sister? Emma asked curiously. Logan looked at her and nodded. I didn't know either. She is younger than him, I think. I hope that she is as nice as Drake, Emma said, making Logan frown. I smirked. Emma was his mate and his wife, and he was still jealous. It was funny. Emma sighed and rolled her eyes. Stop frowning, will you? It's an observation. We both know that he is a nice man. Logan chuckled and shook his head. He placed a kiss on her shoulder and smiled. I am sorry, my love, he said. It's hard to give up old habits. Emma smiled and looked up at me. Are we having dinner tonight? She asked me. We had a tradition of always having dinner together on Friday. Life was busy. Emma was now a Luna. She wasn't living at home anymore. There were days when we didn't even get to see each other outside of our offices. I hated that. She hated that. She was my sister, and I wanted to see her out of work. I wanted to talk to her about something other than budgets, borders, and supplies. So we came up with dinners on Friday. She would come home, I would make us something to eat, and we would watch our favorite movies and talk about anything other than our jobs. Of course, I smiled. I can't wait. Emma smiled brightly. Logan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and kissed her cheek. I started getting up, but then I remembered the reason I came here in the first place. I came here to talk to you about the patrol, I said as I sat back down. We have an issue at the eastern border. What kind of issue? He asked, frowning. Emma looked at me worriedly. Rogues, I sighed. Alpha Rick is letting them roam around his territory. He is doing a terrible job at keeping his borders safe. Anger flashed in Logan's eyes. He tightened his arms around Emma. We were extremely careful when it came to rogues lurking around our territory. After Samuel told us that other people were trying to get to Emma, we were on edge constantly. We'd been torturing Samuel for a year, but he still hadn't told us anything else. It was hard to make the fucker talk. He is an idiot, Logan mumbled angrily. How many rogues did our warriors notice? Logan was right. Alpha Rick was an idiot. He was an old alpha who had no heir. He couldn't care less about his pack and his territory. He watched his pack collapse for years. Not too many, I sighed. They weren't in groups, just individuals who were passing by. Okay, Logan nodded. We should increase patrol in that area. I nodded and stood up. I will go talk to Lewis immediately. Logan opened his mouth to speak, but stopped himself. I could tell that he was getting a mind link from someone. Drake just got here, Logan said. He is early? Emma mumbled as she stood up and walked to the window. Asher stirred. What's wrong? I asked him. I don't know, he mumbled. I have this funny feeling. I sighed and started walking toward the door. I will talk to Lewis and let you know about the new shift schedule, I said as I opened the door. Tell Drake that I will come by a little later. Logan nodded and said something that I couldn't hear. My body tensed up. My heart started beating faster. The most mouth-watering scent overwhelmed my senses. Mate, Ash said, making my heart stop beating. I turned around abruptly. That's when I saw her. She was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. Every part of my body and soul wanted her. My heart sped up. My palms started sweating. I needed to touch her. I needed to hold her. She was mine. She was a gift from the goddess. She was a gift to me. Mate, we said at the same time. Her voice was angelic. It was soft and comforting. I could listen to her voice until the day I died. Mate? Someone exclaimed. I didn't know who. I didn't care. She was all I could see. She had my complete and undivided attention. A huge smile spread across her face. Goddess, she was beautiful. I forced my body to move. I took a step closer to her. The smile on her face got even bigger. She approached me, and I was in fucking heaven. I reached out and cupped her beautiful face. She placed her hands over mine and sighed contently. The tingles and sparks rushed over my skin. They warmed up my heart and my soul. I never wanted that feeling to stop. Hi, she said softly. I couldn't speak. I could only stare at her. What did I do to deserve someone so beautiful? My name is Daisy, she said. You must be Andrew. How did she know my name? I nodded. I could only nod. I couldn't speak. I was still too fucking shocked to speak. Drake told me so much about you, she said. It is wonderful to meet you. Did Drake tell her about me? How did she know Drake? Who was he to her? A wave of jealousy washed over me. Asher growled. Calm down, I heard someone sigh. She is my sister. Sister? I finally looked away from her even though I didn't want to. Drake was standing next to us with a slight smile on his face. I looked behind me. Emma and Logan were smiling so hard that I was afraid their mouths would tear. I looked back at my mate. Hi, Daisy, I said softly. It is very nice to meet you. Daisy Povey. I was looking through the car window with a slight smile on my face. I was happy to be here. I was pleased to finally be able to meet the people my brother wouldn't shut up about. Thank you for bringing me with you, I said, turning around and looking at my brother. I am excited to meet everyone. Drake smiled and glanced at me. I can't wait to see their reaction, Drake said. I've never told them about you. My eyes widened. Why? I asked, surprised. Drake glanced at me and sighed. The fewer people know about my personal life, the better, Drake said. Nobody knows I have a sister, and I plan to keep it like that. Someone could hurt you to get to me. I studied his face for a second. Why did you bring me here then? I asked. I trust them, Drake said. They would never hurt you. I bit my lower lip and nodded. I understood why he didn't want anyone to know about me. There were sick people out there who would stop at nothing to get what they wanted. Just a heads up, Drake said. They are insanely protective of Emma. Don't take it personally if they don't let you near her. I nodded. I understand. I would be protective too. What that poor girl went through was horrible. I completely understood why her brother and her mate didn't let anyone near her. I just hoped that they would trust me eventually. Drake parked the car in front of the pack house, and we got out. Daphne stirred. A feeling that I couldn't recognize washed over me. "What's wrong?" I asked her immediately. "I don't know," she mumbled. "Be careful." "I always am," I said as I followed Drake inside. "Good morning, Alpha Drake," one of Alpha Logan's warriors said politely. "Hello, Jack," my brother smiled. "Is Alpha Logan in his office?" "He is," Jack nodded. "He is expecting you." Drake nodded and walked further inside. I followed after him and looked around. The inside of the pack house was amazing. It was very welcoming, and it smelled nice there. It smelled like orchids, my favorite flower. Daphne stirred again. The smell of orchids got strong. It made my body tingle. It made my heart flutter. The door at the end of the hall opened. I saw a tall man standing there. My heart raced. The man turned around, and Daphne said something I had waited so long to hear. "Mate," she exclaimed happily. I smiled. He started at me with a shocked expression on his beautiful face. "Mate," we said at the same time. "Mate?" my brother exclaimed. I ignored him. I couldn't move my eyes from the beautiful man in front of me. He was tall and muscular. His hair looked so soft, and I couldn't wait to run my fingers through it. His blue eyes were like an ocean I couldn't wait to swim in. I recognized him immediately. My brother told me all about him. It was Andrew. He approached me slowly, and my smile grew. He cupped my cheeks, and my heart exploded with happiness. I placed my hands over his and sighed. The tingles and sparks were amazing. The feeling was so much better than I expected it to be. "Hi," I said softly. He didn't say anything. He was staring at me. It made me want to chuckle. "My name is Daisy," I said. "You must be Andrew." His eyebrows furrowed a little. He probably couldn't figure out how I knew his name. Drake never told him about me. "Drake told me so much about you," I explained. "It is wonderful to meet you." Jealousy flashed in his eyes, and he growled. "Calm down," my brother said, with a hint of amusement in his voice. "She is my sister." Andrew looked at Drake before turning around and looking at the people behind him. I couldn't see them. His broad shoulders prevented me from seeing who was standing behind him. He looked back at me. "Hi, Daisy," he said softly. "It is very nice to meet you." His voice sent shivers down my spine. It was amazing. I never wanted him to stop talking. I smiled and caressed his hands with my thumbs. I felt him shiver a little. I wanted to kiss him. I wanted to kiss him so badly. "Okay, enough," my brother sighed. "I don't have to witness anything else." Andrew frowned and looked at him. "Do you enjoy seeing Logan and your sister together?" my brother asked him, raising an eyebrow and smirking. Andrew rolled his eyes but moved his hands from my cheeks. I wanted to whine. He didn't let me go, though. He took my hand in his and stood next to me. I could finally see the people who were standing behind Andrew. I recognized his sister immediately. They looked so much alike. She was beautiful. A man was standing next to her, and I knew immediately that he was Alpha Logan. Both of them had huge smiles on their faces. "Hi, Daisy," Emma exclaimed happily. "It is so nice to meet you." She took a step closer to me and reached out to shake my hand. I felt Andrew tense up. Logan placed a hand on her waist. I took a deep breath and smiled at her. I took her hand in mine and shook it. "You must be Emma," I said. "I heard so much about you." "I wish I could say the same," Emma said, frowning at my brother. "But we will have all the time in the world to get to know each other." "I can't wait," I said as my smile grew bigger. "Asher is very protective of her," Daphne told me. "We have to protect her too." "We will," I told her. "She is our sister now too." "Oh shit," my brother mumbled, making us look at him. I raised an eyebrow at him. "How would you like a nice position in my pack, Andrew?" my brother asked. "I already have a beta, but you could be my backup beta." Logan sighed. I furrowed my eyebrows. "I just realized that you will have to stay here now," my brother told me. "I'm trying to find a way to keep you home." I chuckled and shook my head. "If you have an Alpha and Luna position for Logan and Emma, I would love to," Andrew said teasingly. Drake glanced at Emma and smirked a little. "I do have a Luna position," my brother said, making Logan growl. My eyes widened. Was he insane? Did he want Logan to kick his ass? "Don't annoy me," Logan said, pulling Emma to him. "You just got here." I shook my head. Thankfully, Logan understood that my brother was joking. I looked up at my mate and smiled. He lifted his hand and caressed my cheek. "Do you need me, Logan?" My mate asked his alpha, keeping his eyes on mine. The temperature in my body started rising. "No," Logan said. "Great," Andrew said as he started pulling me toward another door in the hallway. Andrew POV. My mate's scent reached me even before she knocked on the door. "Come in, honey," I said, keeping my eyes on the papers in front of me. She walked inside and closed the door behind herself. "Am I disturbing you?" she asked me quietly. I looked up at her and smiled. "Never," I said as I reached for her. "What's up?" She approached me and sat down on my lap. I placed my hand on her thigh and rubbed it softly. It had been 3 months since she moved to our pack, and I couldn't have been happier. She was an amazing woman, and I was so lucky to have her. "I wanted to wait until you came home, but Daphne made me come here," Daisy sighed. She kept her eyes down, and she was fidgeting with her fingers nervously. I furrowed my eyebrows. My heart raced. Was there something wrong? Was she hurt? "What's wrong, Daisy?" I asked worriedly. She looked at me and gave me a small smile. "Nothing is wrong," she said softly. "I'm just a little worried about something." I cupped her cheeks and pressed my lips against hers. I loved kissing her. "Talk to me, honey," I said softly. She looked up at me and caressed my cheek. "I can't help but think that you still don't trust me when it comes to Emma," she said quietly. "I've been worried about that for a while now." I froze. I didn't know what to tell her. She wasn't wrong. I didn't trust anyone after Sienna. It hurt me so fucking much to say that I didn't trust my mate. But a small part of me was still suspicious. I sighed and closed my eyes. I leaned my forehead against hers. "Nin, I am so fucking sorry," I mumbled. "There is a small part of me that is still so afraid." Daisy cupped my cheeks and pressed her lips against mine. "I know," she said softly. "I felt it." I opened my eyes and looked at her. "Sienna was my best friend," I mumbled. "She was a huge part of my life. I trusted her with my life. I believed in her to the point of endangering my sister's life. Looking back, I can't believe how fucking stupid I was. I can't believe that I trusted her more than I trusted my sister. I stopped talking and took a deep breath. Daisy caressed my cheek. I can't even explain why, I continued. I don't know why I trusted Sienna, but I do know that it fucked me up. It made me suspicious and so fucking afraid. I am so sorry, honey. It's so fucking hard to let that fear go after everything that happened. Daisy sighed and placed a small kiss on my lips. Sienna was an idiot, Daisy said. I can't even explain to you how angry I am at her. Emma is an amazing girl, and I love her so much. I love her because she reminds me of you. If Sienna loved you, she would have loved Emma too. There is so much of you in Emma, and I am so excited to discover it all. I love that girl, and I promise that I am not a threat to her. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt tears in the corners of my eyes. The woman in my arms was so fucking amazing. I didn't say anything. I just kissed her. I wanted to show her how fucking much she meant to me. A knock on my office door interrupted us. Oh, I was so focused on my mate that I didn't even hear anyone approaching my office. Come in, I mumbled against Daisy's soft lips. The door opened and I looked up. My sister walked inside, closing the door behind herself. She kept her eyes on the papers in her hand. Andrew, can you… She spoke, but stopped when she looked up and saw Daisy in my arms. Her eyes widened a little, and she smiled. I am sorry, she said. I didn't mean to interrupt. I will come back later. No, it's okay, Daisy said as she stood up and went to sit on the chair in front of my desk. We were just talking. I will be out of here soon, Emma said as she approached my desk and handed me the papers. I just need Andrew to sign something for me. I took them from her and placed them on the desk in front of me. It's okay, love, I said, giving her a small smile. You weren't interrupting. We were talking about you. Emma furrowed her eyebrows. What about me? I looked at my mate and gave her a small smile. How protective I am of you, I said, looking back at my sister. And how suspicious I am of everyone. Emma raised an eyebrow at me. She glanced at Daisy and sighed. You are an idiot, Andrew, she said. Daisy would never hurt me. I chuckled and shook my head. Daisy laughed. Maybe I should have just talked to Emma about my concerns, Daisy said with a small smirk. She is efficient. I rolled my eyes at my mate. Get your head out of your ass and stop being so suspicious of your mate, Emma said sternly. She is not Sienna. I took a deep breath and nodded. I know, I said. I explained and apologized to Daisy. Emma looked at Daisy and smiled. Andrew loves you so much, Emma said. Please don't be angry at him. What Sienna did was horrible, and she hurt him so much. My heart clenched. Sienna hurt her more. I know, Emma, don't worry, Daisy said as she stood up, approached my sister, and pulled her into a hug. I am not angry at him. I understand why he is suspicious. I smiled. Daisy did love Emma. And Sienna is a bitch, Daisy said angrily. I wouldn't mind if you let me go to the cellar to teach her a lesson. Daisy looked at me and raised an eyebrow. No, I said sternly. I am not letting you near that bitch. Daisy let Emma go and sighed. Fine, Daisy mumbled, giving Emma a small smile. Emma chuckled and looked back at me. "Bring me those papers when you sign them, please," she told me. "I have to go back to work." I smiled at my sister and watched as she left my office. As soon as the door closed, I reached out for my mate. She approached me and sat down on my lap. "I love you," I told her. "I love you too, idiot." She grinned and pressed her lips against mine. I smiled and kissed her back. Daisy POV. I woke up when I felt a soft kiss on my lower belly. I smiled and ran my fingers through my mate's hair. "What are you doing?" I mumbled sleepily. "Kissing my child," Andrew said. "I want him or her to know how much I love him or her." I chuckled and opened my eyes. Andrew was staring at my lower belly with so much love in his eyes that it almost made me cry. He placed his hand on my belly and rubbed it softly. "Ah, you are going to be so loved," Andrew mumbled as he bent down and kissed my belly softly. My heart swelled. "You are going to be an amazing father," I told him. Andrew looked up at me and smiled. "Do you think so?" he asked. I chuckled and nodded. "I don't think so, I know so." Andrew smiled brightly and laid his head on my belly. "Do you want a girl or a boy?" I asked him as I caressed his cheek. Andrew shrugged. "I don't care, as long as they are healthy. I know a lot about sports, and I know how to do braids, so we are good on all fronts." I laughed and shook my head. "You know how to do braids?" I asked, raising an eyebrow at him. Andrew nodded. "Emma had a phase when all she wanted were braids." Andrew sighed. "She refused to let her hair down. She refused ponytails. She wanted braids, so I had to learn how to do them." "How old was she?" I asked, chuckling. "Around 5 or 6, Andrew said with a small smile on his face. "She refused to cut her hair too, so it took ages to braid it all." "At least one of us knows how to do braids," I mumbled, making Andrew laugh. I rolled my eyes at him. "Hey, don't laugh at me," I said, pouting. "I know how to do a regular one." Andrew lifted himself on his elbow and smiled at me. He bent down to kiss me softly. "I will do all the braiding," he mumbled against my lips. "Don't worry." I smiled and wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him closer to me. He ran his hand down my body, making me shiver and press myself closer to him. I needed him. I wanted him. The pregnancy hormones were insane. I ran my hand down his muscular chest. His amazing figure would never stop making me drool. "Oh, honey, I would love to stay in bed with you, but Emma and Logan are coming over," Andrew mumbled as he lowered his head and started kissing my neck. I whined quietly. Why were they coming over anyway? It was Saturday. We should have been able to stay in bed all day long and enjoy each other. "Why are they coming over?" I asked, focusing on how his lips felt against my skin. The feeling was amazing, and I didn't want him to stop. But he did. He lifted his head and looked at me with a small smile on his face. "You invited them over so we could tell them about the baby," Andrew said, making me sigh. I did that." "Oh, honey, we will be back in our bed in no time," Andrew said when he noticed the disappointment on my face. "I want to have sex with you too. So fucking bad." I looked at him and smiled. I pressed my lips against his just as we heard the doorbell. I groaned, making Andrew chuckle. "This is your fault," he said teasingly as he stood up and pulled a hoodie over his head. I rolled my eyes and sat up. "Get dressed," Andrew said, putting his sweats on. I'll go make them some coffee. I nodded and stood up. Andrew gave me a small kiss before he left the bedroom. I placed a hand on my belly and smiled. You will have the best dad in the world, my little sunshine, I said quietly. I meant it. Andrew was amazing. He was an amazing man, an amazing partner, and an amazing brother. There was no way that he would be anything less than an amazing father. I put my clothes on and walked out of our bedroom. I hoped to return there as soon as possible. You know, why are you grinning like an idiot? I heard Logan's voice as I approached the kitchen. I heard Andrew laugh. Because I am pregnant, I exclaimed as I entered the kitchen. There was no sense in waiting. I wanted them gone as soon as possible. I adored them both, but I needed some alone time with my mate. If I knew that I would be this horny, I would have never invited them over. And Emma's eyes widened. Logan gasped quietly. What? Emma exclaimed happily as she stood up and rushed toward me. She placed a hand on my belly and smiled. You are pregnant? She asked. Yes, I nodded. You are going to be an aunt. Emma smiled and pulled me into a tight hug. Oh, goddess, I am so happy, Emma said. Congratulations. I looked at Logan and my mate. Logan was grinning and pulling Andrew into a hug. Congrats, man, Logan said. You are going to be an amazing dad. Thank you, Andrew said happily as he let Logan go. Emma let go of me and turned around. Andrew smiled at her, reached out for her. She rushed into his arms, and they hugged tightly. Congratulations, Emma said. I am so happy for you. Andrew kissed the top of her head and smiled. Thank you, Em, he mumbled, rubbing her back gently. Watching him with her made my heart swell. I was so proud of him. He was amazing. He was loving and caring, and I couldn't have wished for a better mate. Emma let go of Andrew. He smiled at her before looking up at me. I approached him, and he pulled me into his arms. You are going to have a pup just in time for a new kindergarten, Emma said, making us laugh. Andrew kissed my temple, and I leaned more into him. A huge smile spread across my face. I was so lucky. I couldn't have asked for a better mate and a better family. I was so happy, and I knew that it would always stay like that as long as I had them. Drake Amy. Drake POV. You really need to stop staring at her, my beta told me. She is a mated she-wolf. She is a married woman. I gulped down the shot of whiskey and glanced at him. I am not staring at her, I mumbled. I'm over her. Josh sighed and rolled his eyes. And I was telling the truth. I was over Emma. I would always be fascinated with her beauty and her power, but I was over her. She wasn't mine. She was Logan's, and the more I watched the two of them together, the more I knew that the goddess had made the right choice. They were perfect together. They were really made for each other. I was glad that Logan grew the fuck up and realized what kind of a woman he had next to him. I was glad that he realized his mistake before he lost her. I was glad that Emma forgave him. Tell that to your eyes, Josh mumbled. They are staring at her. I was staring at her, but not because I wanted her. I was staring at her because I wanted someone like her. I wanted a mate. I wanted someone who would love me just as Emma loved Logan. I watched as she looked at Logan and smiled. I watched as Logan wrapped his arm around her waist and kissed the top of her head. Both of them looked at Alpha Greg and continued to talk to him. We were having a small gathering for us alphas who were allied with Logan. It was a yearly tradition. Some alphas even brought their daughters, hoping that one of us unmated alphas would be their mate. Not to lie, I wanted that too. I hoped that one of those girls would be mine. But it was the same every year. None of those girls were my mates. She died, Drake. My wolf sighed. I want her too, but I don't think that she exists anymore. My heart clenched, and a sharp pain spread through my chest. Even though I had never met her, it was still painful to think that she had died. I know, Dean. I sighed. Alpha Drake? A soft voice called my name. I looked away from Emma and turned around. A huge smile spread across my face. Emma's friend Amy was standing behind me with a small smile on her face. Ina, I really liked her. She and I spent a lot of time together over the last few days. I had some issues with my fields and food production at my pack. My agronomists were having trouble figuring out what was happening. Emma suggested that Amy take a look at it. Apparently, Amy was really good with plants, and she knew her way around the soil. I took her back to my pack a few days ago, and she immediately knew what was wrong. She helped my agronomists, and things were looking up. I was very grateful to her. I was really impressed. Emma was right. Amy definitely knew her way around planting and soil. Hi, Amy, I said as my smile grew. Please don't call me Alpha, it's just Drake. She smiled, and my heart did a weird little flip. She was beautiful. Her brown eyes looked like a pool of liquid gold. Her strawberry blonde hair looked so soft. I wanted to run my fingers through it. Her mouth moved, but I didn't hear a word she said. Sorry, what? I mumbled, making her chuckle. I asked if everything is okay with the soil now? She repeated her question. Oh, I gulped and smiled. Yes, of course, I said. Thank you so much. I can't believe that my agronomists didn't figure it out. Oh, don't blame them, she said, shaking her head. I wouldn't have known either if I didn't see it once already. It was a rare fungus, and no wonder they didn't think of it. I smiled and nodded. I was nervous. Why was I nervous? I am sorry for bothering you, Drake, Amy said. I will see you around. She didn't bother me. She could never bother me. She gave me a small smile and walked away before I could stop her and tell her that I wanted to talk to her and that she wasn't bothering me. Fuck, what was wrong with my brain? She smells nice, Dean sighed. She did smell nice. She smelled like coconut. I loved coconut. She is pretty, Josh said, making me glare at him. I didn't know why, but his comment angered me. I heard that she didn't find a mate yet, Josh said, taking a sip of his drink. His eyes were on her, and it was pissing me off. Why do you know that? I asked, holding back a growl. Are you interested in her? Josh looked at me and smirked. No, he said. Are you? I clenched my fists and looked away from him. No, I mumbled. Then I am sure that it won't bother you that a man is talking to her right now, Josh said, making me snap my head in her direction. Josh was right. One of the warriors that arrived with Alpha Henry was talking to her. She was nodding and smiling at him. Something weird stirred inside of me. I didn't like it. I didn't want him to talk to her. I wanted to drag him away from her. I growled quietly, placed my glass on the bar, and walked toward them. I could hear Josh chuckling quietly. So, Amy, are you free tonight? The guy asked her, making that weird feeling inside my chest grow. I was thinking that we could go out and get something to eat. She was just about to answer him, but I interrupted her. Amy, can I talk to you, please? I asked, making them both look at me. Alpha Drake, the guy said politely, bending his head in respect. I gave him a small nod and looked back at her. Can we talk? I repeated my question. Sure, she said, giving me a small nod. She looked at the guy and smiled. I will be right back. I had to hold back a growl. I didn't want her to come back. I didn't want her to go out with him tonight. I suddenly realized what that weird feeling was. It was jealousy. Is she going to be my chosen mate? Amy POV. My hands were shaking. Alpha Drake was intimidating, even more so because I had a stupid crush on him. Not that he would ever feel the same about me. He was an alpha, and I was nothing. I wasn't worthy of him. But how could I not have had a crush on him? He was so handsome. He was funny. He was kind. I got to know him better over the last few weeks, and I liked him. He was a handsome, smart man. I followed him to the garden behind the pack house. Unlike the rest of the place, the garden was peaceful. Nobody was around, and before I knew it, Alpha Drake and I were completely alone. I could still hear the voices coming from the pack house, but no one was close to us. I was nervous. I started playing with my hair, twisting it and curling it around my fingers. I always did that when I was nervous. Us, Alpha. Drake finally stopped walking. He turned around and looked me up and down. I shivered. The nervous feeling was starting to be replaced by fear. Did I do something wrong? He said that there was nothing wrong with the soil. Was I disrespectful? Did I offend him? I saw his jaw tighten. He gulped and narrowed his eyes a little. Do you have a mate? He asked, his voice raspy. I shivered again. His voice made me tremble. I didn't even hear his question. What did he ask me? What? I mumbled, hoping that he wouldn't get even angrier at me for not listening to him. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a second. Fuck. I did anger him. Do you have a mate? He repeated his question. I forced myself to listen to him this time, and his question surprised me. Did he ask if I had a mate? A few seconds passed, and I saw him raise his eyebrows at me. He expected an answer. I don't, Alpha Drake, I said immediately, not wanting to anger him even more. I told you not to call me Alpha, he said. Fuck, he did tell me that. I am sorry, I apologized. He sighed and looked me up and down again. I could feel the temperature in my body rising. Focus, Amy, Alora mumbled. I am trying, I said. The crush I have on him isn't helping. He does smell good, Alora mumbled, and I had to resist the urge to roll my eyes. She was telling me to focus, and she was the one breathing in his scent right now. He smelt nice. He smelt like a forest after rain. It was my favorite smell. I loved running in the forest after it rained. Who is that man who asked you out? Alpha Drake asked me, making me snap out of my thoughts. I furrowed my eyebrows. Why did he care? First, he asked about my mate, and now about Nick asking me out. Why? He is one of Alpha Henry's warriors, I answered. We've met a couple of times before. Alpha Drake narrowed his eyes. What were you going to tell him? He asked me. My heart raced. Why did he care? His dark eyes bore into mine. His scent overpowered my senses. I couldn't focus. What? I managed to mumble. If I didn't drag you away, would you say yes to his proposal? He asked. Ah, he didn't really drag me. He asked if he could talk to me, and I said yes. No, I answered. He tightened his jaw again. Why? He asked. It was mostly because I had a crush on him, but I couldn't tell him that. He was an alpha. I was no one. I was just a regular wolf. I don't like him like that, I mumbled. He gulped and took a step closer to me. What the hell was he doing? He needed to step away before his scent made me lose my mind. Is there someone else who you like, Amy? He asked, making my eyes widen. Why? I asked instead of answering him. He walked up to me and caressed my cheek. I froze. My heart raced. I want to know how much competition I have, he mumbled, tracing his finger up and down my jaw. My heart was going to stop. Did I hear him right? There was no way. I imagined this. I was dreaming. You didn't answer my question, Drake said, moving his hand away. I almost whined. I didn't want him to stop. His touch sent pleasurable shivers down my spine. What did he even ask me? I furrowed my eyebrows, making him smirk a little. Do I have competition, Amy? He repeated his earlier question. I shook my head, making him smile. His smile made my knees buckle. He cupped my cheeks and tilted my head up. I was going to pass out. I wasn't even sure if my heart was beating or not. I couldn't feel anything other than his hands on my face. Fuck, I like you, he mumbled, bending down a little. You are beautiful. I was so fucking happy over the last few weeks, and I finally realized that spending time with you was the reason for that. I was really going to pass out. There was no way that any of this was happening. I was dreaming. Maybe I fell and hit my head somewhere, and I was hallucinating all of this. Do you like me too, Amy? He asked me quietly. He looked down at my lips, and my heart skipped a beat. Was he going to kiss me? Oh, I wanted him to kiss me. I do, I mumbled. But you are an alpha, and I am just... I couldn't finish my sentence because he pressed his soft lips against mine. He ran his tongue on my lower lip, making me open for him. His tongue entered my mouth, and his taste made me moan. He even tasted like rain. He moved one of his hands from my face, placed it on my waist, and pressed me closer to him. My whole body was on fire. Fuck, you taste amazing, he mumbled as he stopped kissing me. He pressed his forehead against mine and closed his eyes. I tried to force my heart to beat a little slower. I tried to take a deep breath. I tried to stop my body from trembling. I never want to hear you say yes to another man, he mumbled. Did I make myself clear? I couldn't do anything else but nod. I couldn't even speak. Good girl, he mumbled and kissed me again. Drake POV. I was nervous as fuck. What if she said no? Will you stop pacing around? My sister sighed. You are driving me insane. I looked at her and rolled my eyes. I am nervous, I mumbled as I sat down next to her. I placed my hand on her belly and rubbed it softly. I couldn't believe that I would be getting a nephew soon. Stop being nervous, Daisy sighed. That girl is so freaking in love with you. She's going to say yes. I looked at my sister and smiled. Do you really think so? I asked, making Daisy chuckle. Yes, she nodded. Stop worrying. I sighed and ran my fingers through my hair. I wasn't nervous just because I was about to ask Amy to become my chosen mate. I was nervous because of everything the witch had just told us. Where is Andrew? I asked Daisy. Taking a shower, she mumbled. He was freaked out when he came home. Of course he was, I mumbled. If what that witch said is true. Stop it, Daisy interrupted me. We are not talking about it because I'm going to lose it. I can feel Andrew's emotions, and that's more than enough. Besides, you have more important stuff to do right now. I did. I had to ask the love of my life to be my chosen mate. I would never have thought that I would fall so madly in love with Amy. I would never have thought that she would become my whole fucking world. But she did. She was my everything, and I couldn't wait to make it official. I couldn't wait to sink my canines into her sweet neck. I couldn't wait until I could officially call her mine. I heard the front door open, and Amy's amazing scent filled my entire body. Drake? She called me softly. I stood up immediately and rushed toward her. I smiled as soon as I saw her. Where is Emma? She asked. What happened? I pulled her into my arms instead of answering her. I buried my nose into her hair and took a deep breath. I couldn't even imagine what Logan was going through. If someone tried to take Amy from me, I would lose it. If I found out that there was another man who was after her, I would be in so much pain. Drake, Amy called my name, making me look down at her. Logan took her home, I told her. I will explain everything later. I need to talk to you right now. I had a whole dinner planned, but my plans fell through after what had happened. I could have made a new plan for tomorrow, but I didn't want to wait. If this situation with Emma and her new mate taught me anything, it was not to wait because you could never know what would happen next. I wanted to ask Amy now. I needed to ask her now. I needed to make her mine as soon as possible. I took her hand in mine and pulled her out of the house. I knew exactly where to take her. Huh? Is everything okay, Drake? Amy asked worriedly, trying to keep up with my fast pace. Yes, Princess, I told her. Everything is fine. Where are we going? She asked, making me glance back at her. To the garden, I said, giving her a small smile. To the place where our story began. I could hear her heartbeat speed up. Thankfully, Andrew's house wasn't far from the pack house, and we were standing at our spot a few minutes later. I turned around to look at my future Luna. I smiled and pulled her closer to me. Goddess, you are beautiful, I mumbled as I pressed my lips against hers. She tangled her fingers into my hair and kissed me back. I was in heaven. I stopped kissing her and cupped her cheeks. I had a whole dinner planned, and I'm sorry we didn't get to go, I told her. I thought about rescheduling, but I couldn't wait to ask you something. Amy took a deep breath and bit her lower lip. I love you, Amy, I said, giving her a small smile. I never thought that I would be lucky enough to find someone like you. I love you so fucking much, and I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Would you do me the greatest honor and become my mate? And Luna? My heart was beating insanely fast by the time I finished talking. I wasn't sure if Amy was breathing. She was quiet, but a tear fell on her cheek. I wasn't sure if it was possible, but my heart started beating even harder. Why wasn't she saying anything? Why was she crying? Was she going to say no? If she said no... I love you, Drake, she finally spoke. I am so happy with you, and I never want to lose you. I would be so happy to become your mate and your Luna. I would be so happy to spend the rest of my life with you and call you my mate and my alpha. The fear slowly started to disappear, but it came back like a tidal wave after her next sentence. But what if I am not good enough? She mumbled, making my racing heart stop. What the fuck was she talking about? Mm. I furrowed my eyebrows and studied her face. I am an ordinary wolf, she continued. I was never meant to be a Luna. What if I mess up? What if I was a terrible Luna? What if you regret asking me? What if… I stopped her rambling by capturing her lips with mine. Shut up, I mumbled against her lips. You are going to be an amazing Luna. You are not leaving me, Amy. I sat down on the bench and pulled her onto my lap. I wiped the tears from her cheeks and kissed her again. Say yes, I told her. I am not letting you go. She smiled and nodded. Yes, she said, making me the happiest man ever. I would love to be your mate and Luna. I smiled brightly and pulled her into a tight hug. I love you, princess, I told her as I rubbed her back gently. I love you too, my alpha, she responded, making my heart skip a beat. Amy POV. We should make another one, my mate said, looking down at our little boy. He was a surprise of a lifetime because we thought that he was a girl up until I gave birth to him a few hours ago. He was carrying him around, refusing to put him in his crib. I enjoyed watching him with our pup, and if the birthing pain weren't still fresh in my mind, I would have him putting another pup in me right now. Sure, I said, smirking a little. Will you be the one to give birth to the next one? Drake looked up at me and smiled. I would if I could, he said. But I can't, so you will have to. I chuckled and shook my head. I want a girl, Drake said, looking back down at our baby. I was preparing myself to be a girl dad. I don't want that to go to waste. I laughed quietly. Drake wasn't kidding. He was so excited to have a little girl. We can revisit the subject after I forget the pain, I said, making him look up at me. He approached my bed and bent down to kiss my forehead. I am so sorry, princess, he said. If I could, I would take all of your pain away. I looked up at him and smiled. I know, I said softly. He placed a small kiss on my lips, making me greedy for more. How about you put our pup in his crib and come lay next to your mate for a while? I asked, grinning at him. You don't have to ask me twice, he said, walking toward the crib. He placed a soft kiss on our pup's cheek and put him down. He walked back to me, and I made room for him in my bed. He laid next to me and pulled me into his arms. I sighed contently. The pain lessened as soon as I was in his arms. Yeah. Thank you for making me the happiest man alive, he mumbled as he tilted my head up. I smiled and pressed my lips against his. What are we going to name him? I asked, chuckling. We wanted to name our baby girl Hallie, but that was obviously not happening anymore. How about Hayden? Drake asked. He placed a small kiss on the tip of my nose. I smiled and pressed my body closer to his. I like it, I said. Alpha Hayden. Drake smiled and pressed his lips against mine. What did I do to deserve you? He mumbled as he took a deep breath. Your soil had a fungus, and your agronomists couldn't figure it out, I answered, making him laugh. Thank goddess for that fungus, he said. I don't know what I would have done without it. You would probably still be drooling after Emma, I said, smirking. His eyes widened. I chuckled. I never loved her, he mumbled, and I could hear the fear in his voice. I was in love with the idea of her. I smiled and caressed his cheek. I know, I said. I didn't think you knew, he mumbled quietly. I smirked and shook my head. She is my best friend, I said. Of course I knew. Drake groaned and leaned his forehead against mine. Fuck, he mumbled. I never loved her, Amy. I never loved anyone the way I love you. I never wanted her the way I wanted you. She was just an idea I fell in love with. She is made for Logan the same way you are made for me. I chuckled and tangled my fingers into his hair. I pulled his head up so I could look into his eyes. I know that, I said. You don't have to worry. Drake sighed and caressed my cheek. Do you know when I realized that I wanted you? He asked me. I smiled and nodded. I was slowly falling in love with you while you were here helping with our soil issue, he said. I didn't realize it, though, not until I saw you at that alpha gathering at Logan's pack. He placed a small kiss on my lips before he continued. I was staring at Emma, and Josh kept telling me to stop it because she was a married woman, he said, chuckling. I realized that I wasn't staring at her because I wanted her, but because I wanted a mate. I wanted that kind of love she and Logan had. He placed a small kiss on my cheek, making me smile. And then you came to talk to me, he mumbled. My whole world lit up in a second. I remember thinking how beautiful and smart you are. Yes, I am, I said, making him chuckle. But then you started talking to that guy, and I was pissed off, he sighed, rolling his eyes. I knew that I couldn't let anything happen between the two of you. I knew that I had to do something before someone else took you from me. I smiled and pulled him in for another kiss. I am so happy that you stopped me from going out with that guy, I said as I stopped kissing him. I had the biggest crush on you, but I would have never admitted it. He furrowed his eyebrows. Why not? He asked. I sighed and caressed his cheek. I thought that I wouldn't be good enough for an alpha, I said quietly. I thought that I wouldn't be good enough for you. Drake sighed and pulled me into a hug. It's the other way around, he said. I am the one who is not good enough for you, princess. I slapped his arm playfully. Stop saying that, I said. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me. He chuckled and kissed the top of my head. I love you so much, princess, he said. I love you too, my alpha, I said, smiling contently. Our son started crying, making us chuckle. I got him, Drake said as he let me go and stood up. He approached the crib and picked our son up. Hi, Alpha Hayden, Drake mumbled. Your daddy loves you so much. My heart skipped a beat as I watched the love of my life smiling at our son. I couldn't believe how lucky I was. I couldn't believe that a man like Drake chose me. I couldn't believe that he loved me. I would always be grateful for it, and I would always do everything I possibly could to show him how much I loved him.